disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform that the violence or still any student because of their action, it will be the day the entire Bwaka administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Bwaka administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Bwaka administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away with impunity, while our children saving opponents and lottery in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile poverty and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put a hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa, and I said that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
There's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Kobe is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro, when
2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded out first. All men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play, for people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital road, small, road, B road, all kinds of in the place. I think the reason Joseph Boakai will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Boakai. Boakai still living. Joe, no, your league better. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boakai president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boakai, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, your league Costa, you will come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the President Boakai, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to the country? We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Thursday. If you are in Liberia, you are in a treat and ready for the weekend. Tomorrow will be your TGIF Friday. Thank God for you all. Thank you for tuning in. If it's 5 p.m. on the East Coast here in Florida, beautiful Florida, then it is time for this platform to put forth developing issues, topics that may be of interest to you. As usual, we will bring to you topics that you would like to discuss. And we may have on the flip side other topics that you may not like to discuss, that may make you to feel uncomfortable. But that's why we are here, This is why we are called the closing argument. Whatever you have from this morning to this time is time for you to do your closing before you go to bed tonight. Do your closing argument. Come here before the judges and present your closing argument. You make sure that you are convincing. As judges here, we are very firm and stern. You come here with your tabata. You will be given the red card. If you come out here to steal other people's work and present them as your own, you will be given a red card. That's why we are saying, if you are using somebody's intellectual property, you got to quote them correctly. You got to give them credit for their work. If you are here to cite or quote Shakespeare, you better say you are quoting Shakespeare. If you have information that you corral from Front Page Africa, the Liberian Investigators, the Liberian Daily Observer, the closing argument, make sure you cite us as your source. Because we do have men and women on the ground that are live and everywhere possible to bring you issues, bring you to the topics, bring you breaking stories on a daily basis. You know, sometimes I wonder whether these guys actually sleep because they keep bringing news as they happen. Today we had to cancel our engagement with the Minister of Youth and Sports because according to our sources, she's under the weather. She's on medication and she wanted to take some rest. She wanted to at least come on and give us 45 minutes to an hour. But it was wise for management to say, you know what? Thank you very much for your generosity. We appreciate you, but let us reschedule because we want you on at your best. Not when you're sneezing and coughing and sweating because you have just taken your medication. So we will reschedule the Minister of Sports. Very important ministry. Over 60% of the Liberian population is under the age of 30. That means she got her work cut out. We would like to know what is it that she's doing, what's her plan, where did she meet the ministry, where it is now, and where it is to be a year from now. Because, you know, we have to compare and contrast. This is why I, in particular, will ask for a measurable outcome. What is it that we are measuring? We don't want you coming here a year from now and saying we have done better. If you say you have done better, that means you are comparing something from poor to good, better, best. So we want to be able to compare and contrast. We want to be able to measure something we call measurable outcome. So the minister will reschedule at her convenience so she can come here and give us the plan, the strategic plan, whether it is 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, so we can have a clear idea as to how she does her planning. so we can have a copy of the plan so we can hold her to it next year when she comes back. After her first year anniversary, we can say, this is where you were when you came in. This is where you are at this point. And based on your past and the present performance, we can now deduce. You know, the Liberian people usually say, if your Christmas is going to be good, you know it on Eve. If we look at your last year performance, from where you were to where you are now, we can put the two together and make an educated guess that the next 12 months, this is where you will be. So she will reschedule Madam Krua, the new Minister of Youth and Sport. Very important. There's a lot going on in the Republic of Liberia, guys. Let us know what's on your mind, so we can go and decide to talk to you about issues, especially what's on your mind. We may know some, we may not know it all. So in our comment section, please let us know what is on your mind so we can begin to discuss some of those things that are actually the Liberian message that catch your heart today. What catch your heart? You know, we are not into grammar school. We are speaking the Liberian colloquial. What catch your heart? Did you pay Marcus? He said, I'm following from, it's Queen Town, Nimba County. Flex Electronic, you're a troublemaker. You say, what is your unit of measurement? I'm measuring in ounce. I'm from Miami. No kilo business here. We're doing ounces here. Yes, I am actually reporting from the Sunshine State. It is beautiful today. The weather is awesome. Like I always told you, man, if you are in America, you are not living in Florida, you are not been, then you are not living in America. If you do not live in Florida, you are not living life. You are surviving. If you live in New York, you are surviving. If you live in Minnesota, you are surviving. If you live everywhere else outside of Florida, you are surviving. But when you live in Florida, then you are living the good life. There's a lot going on in Liberia, guys. Share this show, send in your comments. We want to thank you for tuning in. Our electronics is always here. Got some great things to say, great suggestion, great mathematician. This guy is awesome. And my homeboy, Wella Candy, say, good afternoon, TCA family, and everybody from around the world. Our folks are coming in and sending in good vibe. That's what I like about this show. Our audience, I mean, there's no negativity. The folks are just good. And Katie is here from the UK. Well, I know exactly where she's tuning in from. Good evening. I'm following from Zwedu City. Oh, my brothers from Grand Jita. Michael, thank you very much for tuning in. Let us know what's happening in Grand Jita. I want to know what's going on in the UK. Wherever you are, just let us know what's happening. How's the weather? Of course, I know you were joining in from the UK. I know you very well. Thank you very much. Say hi to the new king. And say hi to his second half, the queen. Katie, you yourself, you are a queen. Hopefully, that's your real name. You know, this time we got to be very careful with our pronouns. I want to make sure I know who I'm talking to. But yes, there's a lot going on in the Republic of Liberia. One right off the top, outside of the country, the United States, through the State Department, have removed the list Senator Prince Yomi Johnson of the travel advisory, the travel ban, and the sanction to put on. They are finally lifted. So Prince Johnson can now travel to the United States. He can now move his money around. The United States have finally removed the sanction on Prince Johnson. Honorable Prince Johnson, there's no more travel bans, no more sanction. You can travel now anywhere you want to go. The folks from NEMA should be calling the State Department to find out if they actually know where Prince Johnson is. Now that they have removed the travel ban, the sanction, can his wife and children travel? So we will have to get the actual pronouncement and the write-ups. So I'm going to call my folks at the U.S. State Department or at the embassy to at least just take a peep about what he wrote. What was the rationale for removing Prince Johnson of the sanction list? Prince Johnson is finally off the sanction list. His travel ban has been released, lifted, removed. Prince Yomi Johnson from Nima County, the powerful senator from Nima County, has finally been given a second life by the government of these United States. If he has his diplomatic passport, you're right, you are good to go. Some people think the CIA think that we are pulling the leg that this man is still alive. Let's test the United States. Let Mrs. Johnson, the wife of Prince Johnson, go to the U.S. Embassy and apply for a visa to come and visit me. I will send a letter of invitation, or let us call the folks from NEMA, the Nima County Association in the Americas. UNICO, I think they are called. Let UNICO send her an invitation to come and speak. PYJ has been removed from the sanction list. And my brother from Grand Bassa County, Senator Dillon, please be informed. You can't mock Prince Johnson anymore because he is no longer a fugitive. He is no longer on the travel ban. He's no longer on sanction. You remember the conversation you had with Prince Johnson? He was upset. Everywhere you saw him, you behind him by his sanction. Then Prince Johnson fought back and said, I do not need to go to United States. I can go to Gambia. I can go to Kenya. In fact, he said, I don't want to go anywhere. I stay right here. Everything I have is in Nima. So yet Prince Johnson is finally off the list of sanctioned men and women. While we are in Washington, D.C., there's another G's coming down the pipeline. The wife of the former president, Jill Biden, has admitted that her husband was in cognitive decline. During the debate, she said she could not recognize who it was. She thought maybe it was an AI or somebody drugged him. So the question now people are asking, who tried to con the the American people? I like Joe Biden. I worked for him. But we knew that the old man was getting older. And you can be old and still work. Don't get this wrong. But we are all made differently. Some older folks are sharper than even some young folks. But at age 80, there is no denying that every part of your body has declined or will decline. You need top advisors, you need handlers, you need everything, and people who can be true to you. That chief, as much as I like you, this thing is not working, it's embarrassing. Let us just find our way to pass the baton to another group of folks. But as always, power is not usually or easily relinquished. People who were around Joe Biden wanted to make sure that they remain in power. He was just the face of the party. Ambassadors wanted to keep their jobs, ministers, secretaries, you name it. Everybody wanted to keep their job. And everything was predicated on Joe Biden being the president. So they were praying that all we have to do is just hang in there for a few more months, push him across the finish line in November, and we will take it from there. But there were a few men and women that were around that saw what was happening, and you have to give it to another giant in the Democratic Party called Nancy Pelosi. She said, this is not working. We have to do something, and we got to do it quick. And she bit the bullet and told Joe Biden, I love you. I have supported you for 45, 50 years, but it's time to hang it up. As the other folks come on, we will discuss these things. As you know, if you are in Central Time, it is 5:30 here in Miami. It might be 3:30 where you are. It might be 3 o'clock where you are. To some, if you are on the West Coast, you have about 3 or 4 hours. It might be 1 or 2 o'clock where you are. Most of you are still working, so we can understand you are on your way to work or on your way from work. You're pushing your carton, and that's a good thing. The closing argument, just like the American system, we believe in the dignity of labor. Whatever it is that you are doing, do it to the best of your ability. It pays you to pay your rent. You are not going from office to office asking some big man to give you small things. So we are glad that we are in this country, that these people gave us an opportunity to restore our dignity, our sanity, our humanity. You go to the Republic of Liberia and see some of your former classmates. They have aged 10, 20 years from stress. A man who knows himself, has his wife and family, cannot support his family, cannot feed his family. So we are in these United States and we are doing well. Like the scripture said in the book of Matthew, to whom much is given, much is required. Do good. You have done well for yourself. Your children are in school. You have a job. You're getting paid every other Friday or Wednesday, whatever days you get paid. You should be thankful. Remember, everything you are trying to accrue, you cannot take it with you. The beautiful home and beautiful car that you possess, you will not take it with you or take them with you. And if you are in these United States and you have accrued enough and your children are doing well, even at home or wherever you live with them, they may have no interest in it because they have, they will do well to get their own. Before you die, if your children are doing well, make sure you have just enough to bury you. $10,000 life insurance or death insurance. So you don't depend on the poor Liberians to send in donation. You are going to die. I can tell you that. I'm not God, but I know this. Prepare yourself, do good. Do good. You know, those of us who are in administration, in public and in government and in non-profit, in sports, in academia, in everything else, when someone tells you that they are a government in waiting, you expect that they have everything that it needs to run a government if they took power today. That's what a government in waiting is. You have done an autopsy of the previous government that they were corrupt or that they are inept. They don't have any plan for education, healthcare, and you are the government in waiting. Your job as a government in waiting is to critique the government in power, and whatever they are doing wrong or they are incapable, when you take power, you will hit the ground running because you have the answers. So today I was shocked when President Joseph Boakai told his staff in his cabinet meetings that when you look at the budget line item, there's so much money being spent on travels. So much so that he wants to curtail For those of us who have been into this thing for a long time, we don't listen to speeches. I said, let's go to the videotape. Give me the spreadsheet and let's dig a little deeper. I didn't have to dig when I look at it from the surface. The ineptitude, the failure. The president said one that caught my attention. I didn't even have to go any further. He says we spend a lot of money and time on travel. As of today's date, he says, you are not allowed to travel without the approval of my office, with the exception you are allowed to travel quarterly. Do you know, even I traveled to Liberia, and I know folks at the U.S. Embassy, at the foreign embassy that have money. They travel once, maximum twice a year out of the country. President Joseph Yuma Boakai is saying that you can travel quarterly. That means 4 times a year. If the president said you are limited to 4 times a year, that tells you that people might have been traveling 10 times a year. That is twice a month. If you run a ministry and you are out of the country every month, when do you work? The reason those of us who are into administration is I'm in my office here and I travel when I have to do. The reason I'm on site is supervision, oversight, and best of all, quality control. Not only am I working, but the work that my office does has to be at best. It doesn't matter whether you manage 10,000 people, 70,000 people, 5 people, 10 people. The outcome and the expectations are the same. Whatever it is that you are doing, you have to do it to the best of your ability. It has to be top-notch. If you leave the country every month, you are traveling every month. I was shocked to find out the president said you can only leave now, maximum 4 times a year. Even Dr. Peabody that travel to Liberia don't go there 4 times a year.
I ain't got the money, sir.
So the president is saying, listen, from today's day, you're not going to travel. So as a final, the president can say something like, we're going to be traveling, nobody will be traveling, only me, and few people will be going to the UN General Assembly and something like that. But he says you can now travel quarterly. I ban you from traveling more than quarterly. So that means people are traveling every month or every week. Can you imagine the president that was the government in waiting said, now, from today's date, I noticed that we are spending so much money on travel, on pedan, on this and that. We're going to cut all of that off. And I said, fine. But then when I read the fine print, they said, well, you can go only 4 times a year. And I said, you see, this is what we are talking. This is why the folks don't have any trust in government. Because we double talk. Most people don't read the fine print, but those are who've been here long, we know you have to read the fine print. Now, all the headlines say, President admonished employees not to travel. But that's not what he said. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome to the show.
Good to see you, sir. Happy Thursday.
Almost there. We're almost there.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for tomorrow and just take a little break on Saturday morning. Yeah, but good to see you, man, Mr. Gayman. Always good to see you. It's always good to see you. Yes, sir.
Yes. We are glad to be in a country that gave us the opportunity to work and feed our families.
Yes, sir.
It's an honor, and when you You work close to these people. We are not saying their system is perfect. It's far from perfect. That's what they always say. They say we do not have a perfect union.
Yeah.
But we are close to being perfect.
Yep. Yep.
This is why we are saying when you leave these United States and you go home, why don't we take what is best? They call best practice. What works here?
Yep.
You take the worst. You in this country, you don't have a car. The government or whatever don't give you a car to take on. They don't pay your rent. They just pay you. You better show up to work.
Mm-hmm.
If they give you company car, like I do here, they gave you a mileage sheet.
Yeah.
Well, when you take the car out of here, the date and time, the mileage in.
That'd be it. Yep.
You got mileage out at the end of the day, so we can track the mileage here.
Yeah.
That's how we do. Because the mileage in and mileage out determine how many gallons of gas that I have to buy.
Yeah.
And at the end of the month, when I'm doing my report, I can see whether the price of gas or expenditure line is going up or going down.
Yep.
That's accountability. That's best practice.
Yep.
But you come from here, you go to Liberia, and you become minister. Now you need a car, you need security, you need 3 telephones, you need a handbag ball, you need coke. Where in the world do you see these things? Listen, man. Sometimes when I talk,
they gave you coke, they gave you travel, they gave you everything. I mean, all on the government. But since when did the government realize that they'll be carrying less people on trips?
Well, this is what we're talking about when people live their life on public relations, PR.
Mm-hmm.
Just to change the topic, what's going on with my own good friend Josiah Joker and all these things that people are going now. All of a sudden, they're trying to change the topic. How can you say we're going to cut down on travel, but you can go 4 times a year? Who does that? Who says something like that?
Wow.
I was expecting the president to say when the president is traveling, the delegation will be his security, information minister. The details should be more than 5, no more than 5. Then we say yes, because the last time they came, I counted 25 that I could see. And sometimes they say up to 100 people.
Yeah.
These people have to be in hotels, they have to eat, they got to get per diem, so when you add these things up, finally, they look at the line item. There's some people are asking, just when the U.S. and other countries are putting ban on people travel, then you'll come out now with your own travel ban and say, you are not going to go anywhere because nobody going to,
And you gotta watch out. A lot of them may not even come for the UN General Assembly with this Ebola thing going on.
If it continues, that's exactly what it is, and this is what we are talking about. These people think they are smarter than everybody. They come up with these gimmicks, okay? And that's why we are here to erect some of these checkpoints to make sure. I got a release here from Canada. And let me read it here. So the Canadian government have put in restriction at all entry at their borders, restricting migration, immigration. So everybody is doing what they need to do to safeguard their citizens.
Yeah.
Their citizens, Canada, right here next door. They have told the American folks and the whole world that their citizens come first. You can say all you want to say. Nobody stops you from saying Liberia first. If you don't like yourself, who cares, Dr. Peabody? If you don't like yourself, you want me to care?
Yeah, I know, right?
Everywhere you go, people, Ghana just follow suit. What South Africa is doing. Is Ghana first. Rwanda just follow. Other countries are following.
Yeah.
At one point, we were talking about ECOWAS, that we're going to have a borderless Africa where you can just travel and do. No. Nope. Nope. And what South Africa is doing, we should take a page out of their book. Today, the president of Liberia said he is concerned about the influx of Burkinabes in our country. Dr. Peabody, sometimes I wonder what it's like. American man said, "Duh, you are the president of the country.
Yeah.
It is your job to make sure that this country is protected." Then you say you are shocked that we've been run over by Burkinabes.
I don't think the president understands what he's doing. He's old, and he need to fire his security advisor because they're not giving him the right briefing. I think he needs to remove somebody who is up to par with the tax and give him the right advice, because the president come and say he's concerned about Burkinabes in Liberia. Since when? There have been a lot of stories going about here about Burkinabes present in Liberia. In the mining sector and all of that, they have attacked some people in other places, and nothing had been done. So how are our borders protected? How did these people get into Liberia? What the immigration security officer, when these people come to check and see, it seems like people are doing the illegal mining. They are bringing these people because I hear Burkinabes has the Burkinabes, they are hard worker. You can bring them in and they will do the work, and then how come they are overtaking our country? And now the president said he's concerned. So what's the concern? Why you have not come a long time today and really talk to the Liberian people about this? You have abandoned the Guinea. We have heard nothing about the issue in Guinea. The Guinea had taken over one part. Now the Burkinabes are going to take over another side. Can this president really lead Liberian people? Is he able?
Doc, this thing is I was just telling the guys, sometimes it looks like we are just, down or beating down on the government. But these things that you guys that we are talking about, they are actually out of the government's own web pages, of their own talking points. We are not making these things up, gentlemen and ladies and gentlemen. We are not making these things up. It's right here. The president said it. He said, President Joseph Boyka is following discussion during a cabinet meeting. President Joseph Boyka raised his concern over the growing numbers of undocumented Burkinabe nationals residing in the Republic of Liberia. This is nothing. This is what the president said.
Wow.
3 years ago, before this government came to power, when it came to power, Honorable Musa Hassan Bility made a report because he was on the security thing. He says, we have over 60,000 Burkinabes in the country. Over 60,000 Burkinabes in the country.
How did it enter?
And the intelligence that we got is Liberians are inviting them in.
Yep.
The gentlemen, the lawmakers that got all these BB farms, they are bringing these people in to work on their farm, and the people coming to start multiplying. You bring 5 in, and the 5 tell the other people, say, my man, go here, that 5 turn to 5, go look, the 5 that turn to 25. And they're young. Most of them, when you look at it, they're very young. Yeah. So it's just a matter, and they're all men.
Yep.
So the guys in Grand Jury and Nima County, you are a married man, you are a married man, and you got one wife in your town, or if you're from our other friends, you got 2 wives, and you got all these good-looking young men in your town. You may not be able to sleep because they got to socialize. They're going to intermarry. They're going to have babies. So if you have, according to Musa Ability, we have over 60,000 of them in the country. That was 3 years ago. and 10% of those are having babies in the country. That's 65,000 almost. That turned to 75,000. And when you have a county like Riverside that had less than 50,000 people in the whole county, that's a whole county right there by itself. So, President Boakai, we will talk about this later on when everybody comes, but it doesn't look good here. But Dr. Peabody, we got lawyers representing former Minister Mr. Pewee. Today, the Supreme Court, the judge and chamber denied their request to dismiss the case about the witness tampering things that make no sense. And the judge and chamber said, no, the case should go on.
What?
Look at these people have made up their mind to go after these people no matter what.
What? I just hearing this, Mr. Gayman. I just hearing this.
Yes.
I spoke with somebody today who's in the government. He said that they feel very uncomfortable with that whole case involving the jury. He said they just can't come out to talk, but there are people in the government who are very uncomfortable with that case. They are very uncomfortable. They don't think it's the right path that the government should take. They believe that he was acquitted, and they don't think it's the right path. And he said, but they just can't come out to talk. But there are a lot of people in government who are very much not happy, very uncomfortable. I think, again, as we've been saying, Mr. Gayman, the executive dictates to the judiciary what they want is what the judiciary would do. But can you imagine, with all the lawyers, with all the legal minds we have in our country, can they come up to say something that this is totally abuse of the law? You know, this is what we've been talking here in America, weaponization of the law. You know, because if you can sit there and abuse the law like that, where you go to court and this man is acquitted, and then you come back and you dismiss the jury, you say the case was completed, or then you come back after some times because some people in the executive want to see Samuel Twelve go to jail. So you come back again and reinvent another issue. So the jury said there was jury tampering and things like that. I think that's just rampant abuse, corruption, abuse of the law. And it's totally unfair. That's why Liberia never passed the rule of law. They always fail because you have these kind of people in the system that either, I mean, anybody who's going after a case like this, either they're not graduate from the law school or they're not do his homework in reading. I'm very disappointed with that.
Well, that's Nora, I will not flag your statement, but I'm just looking at it and I'm laughing. Dr. Peabody going to look at it and we're going to laugh too. Yeah, they are having children. I told you they were going to have children. And if they didn't have it by Labrador women, who you think they were going to have it by? They didn't bring Burkina Faso women. They brought just good-looking young men. So they are there working on the farm. They are in Grand Gire, majority are in Grand Gire in the southeast, and Nimba. Because 2 years ago, it was reported here that all the lawmakers in our area and other parts of the country, they are looking for good workers. And the Liberian people, we don't want to do the hard work. So now you have these guys coming in, they are importing them from Burkina Faso. They came in, and the lawmaker, you know, Liberia now, Dr. Peabody, they did a little farm, and the CDP went, but you know, I can have a bigger farm. My farm got to be bigger than Snow. And Snow said, man, my farm got to be bigger than Amara. I'm not going to say I'm from Bapulu. My farm should be bigger. So now instead of us competing about job creation, about education, about healthcare, we are creating who got a bigger farm. So you go and tell the guys from Burkina Faso, listen, you're 10 here, can you guys give us some more people to work? The guys are sure. Wow. I got plenty of people. They'll go and get them. And they go and bring those. And Snow picks up the phone. He called his own boy, Amara Connors. Amara, who you got over there? He said, can you get some more guys here? I need to expand my farm. That's how the folks are coming to the country.
They battle. Everybody bringing in to work for them. I mean,
everybody bringing in to work for the folks. And let me look, as well as Burkina Faso is doing, okay? Their population is huge. Okay? So Liberia is a virgin land, is wide open. Big land mass, very little people, 5 million people. Even Sierra Leone, much smaller than us in land mass. They got more people. They're pushing what? 8-9 million already in Sierra Leone. And we are stuck. So someone told me, so the reason why our population is not growing is this abortion thing in Liberia on demand. And I really wanted to take a look at that because this person said it. This is a friend of mine from Guinea. He said, Jerome, my great-grandfather lived in Liberia, my grandfather, my father, and myself here. He says, the same places where we were born, everywhere you go. So he talked to me. He said, look, when I go to Bassa, where I was born, he said, the population, some of the towns are broken down, nobody there. We are not producing enough young men and women to continue. So these people see us as a virgin land, place where they can come. And we are hospitable people. We don't like fighting and all that. We accommodate everybody.
Right.
So they come in, they bring their cousin, they bring that. And though the encroaching on our land, one of my cousins called me and said, some Fuda people encroaching on our land, this and that's how you know the Fuda. He said they got the wearing gown. They're wearing long gowns. So everybody like wearing long gowns. So we got about 1,000 acres. That's what I told them. I said, what are we doing on the land? When was the last time you were on it? They said, I haven't been there for maybe a year. You're sitting in Monrovia. You're not going to the villages. You're not doing anything on the farm. You're not investing on the farm. Then the other folks come, they start making farm on your land and you get upset. So this is what I'm saying. We have to talk about reproduction in our country. If you don't do that, if we don't deal with this family planning, this thing, they say a lot of people call family planning, but it's all about abortion. We don't do anything about it. Our population is going to be overwhelmed by folks who don't do those things. Only in cases of emergency they do that. But if we are doing it on demand and we're not having children, sooner or later in the next 10, 20 years, we will be minority in our own country.
Yep. It's true.
I'm telling you, we will be. I'm saying it because my niece, she was going to college and, and now she's finishing college. Now she want to go to graduate school and she's going to be 25. She want to deal with no boyfriend yet, blah, 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 blah. Okay, there we go again. All my nieces, only one having children. One.
Wow.
So here we are.
Yeah.
We don't want to do that, but Doc, it is serious. But let's talk about this. Yeah, Jen, I'm coming to you. We'll create job. Don't worry. We'll create job. If I create job, then we'll make baby. Dr. Peabody, you see what Jen said? Jen said the reason they're not making babies because they ain't got no job. When LAMCO was there, when LMC was there, when NIOC was there, when all the bomb mines were there, our population was stuck at 1.5 million on the top for ages.
Yeah.
So it's more than that. But something happy I was watching. I think you saw this too. I watched the Chief Justice. I don't know if you saw him speak this morning, or he was in Nima speaking to his kinsmen. And he said, who told you that Nima County doesn't have good people? He said, we got good people, but we got some bad ones that make us all look bad. Then he said, you see that Prophet Key? He's a bad one. That's what I got him.
Wow.
Can you imagine?
Wow. Wow. But it's not surprising. That Chief Justice is one of the most corrupt in that country. Yeah. So,
this man now is going around. He is now the morality police. If Dr. Peabody does something that I don't like, I will personally go and lock him up. Take him off the street because he doesn't belong. This man was saying that I was listening and I said, oh. He said, a bad man, he cussing woman, he cussing, he abusing woman cuss. And which one they call abusing woman cuss? The abusing woman cuss. So, and I'm saying that is our Supreme Court Chief Justice. He said that's why he put him in jail.
That's an abuse of the law. That's abuse of his civil right. And you think it's fun for him to sit out there and be announcing and saying those kind of things. It's the country that we find ourselves in now. Very, very corrupt leadership, very corrupt judiciary system. And then they can do anything they want. Nobody will say anything because it's in their interest now. They are in power. Who's in power is that time, so they'll do it. So it's like we don't have a direction we are heading. You can't get fair justice in that country. I mean, you're speaking out, they go and fire you, and stuff like that. They put you in jail, So it's bad. So it's very bad. It's very, very bad.
The stuff, Chief, I was listening to it. I'm looking for the video. If Myean, you are there, I know you got a video because I got it from TCA. I got it from TCA when they were covering it, they show it, and I was sitting there and I said, wow. So the Chief Justice says they got good people in Nima and they got bad people. So but the bad people are giving the good people bad name. And then he mentioned the Prophet Key. So that's why he put him in jail. He says, I put him in jail. One man has that kind of power to grab someone and put them in jail. But you were not here when we talk about the State Department moving Prince Johnson off the sanction list.
But there's no Prince Johnson existing now.
Look, I never seen anything like this. And I'm saying, I read it this morning on the State Department thing, and then I saw it again in the news, and I said, what is going on with this? The United States removed Prince Johnson from the sanction and travel ban.
And he's permanently based now in wherever he is. He's permanently based there. So I don't know why they're trying to do that.
It is one of the funny things that I have seen, I've heard in a long time. So I guess to get off the U.S. sanction list, you got to die. You have to die to get off the sanction list because
your name will be up. Yeah, your name will be up. Yeah.
When you die, your name will be up. But the chairman of the ANC has written the LACC to investigate the FOIA project. Why you think they're coming to the game late when we've been saying this thing for almost a year? Doctor, why do you think they're coming late?
It's just a float. They're really not putting real interest in that. It's a float because they heard about this. They knew this whole thing. The president came on national radio and said, oh, I didn't know about it now. If I had known before, they were not going to do it. And it was a surprise. and he didn't do nothing about it. A few months ago, he was there inspecting that very place. They were telling him all about it. So if this Liberia anti-corruption suspected that some foul play, why they didn't go ahead? The anti-corruption is just a foul play. I don't even believe those people sometimes what they're saying. I don't even trust them. It doesn't even appear as anything serious to me. So it's just it's just bad. That's all. It's just bad, Mr. Gayman. Very, very bad.
Yeah, but why Mr. Cummings and their crew just coming around? We've been talking about this thing for so long.
Mm-hmm.
We say the opposition should develop some spine, get together and take on some of these issues.
Mm-hmm.
But here we are, we've been talking about this thing for ages.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, so I don't know what they saw that we have not seen, but let's go to the trending issue here. Mr. Conant, Senator Conant, and the CSA director, Mr. Joker. Mr. Joker were caught doing something that it was terrible. This man came to power and fired all the EPS. There were about 200 of them because he said they were partisan. They wore T-shirt to CDC rallies and all of that. Then he turned around, fired everybody at the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. He said they were CDC appointees.
Mm-hmm.
When he went to the city hall and fired some folk because they were on Facebook and they were doing this, he said they were the code of conduct. Mm-hmm. And then this gone a couple of days ago, we saw him at Joseph Boakai, the endorsement.
Mm-hmm.
And he is saying he didn't go there as CSA director. He went there as a nephew. Yeah, I'm a nephew of Joseph Boakai, and I came to celebrate the good news.
Wow.
And his people they have turned on Kamara Conant.
Yeah, they've been trying to bash Kamara. Kamara only trying to point out the deception that a lot of them they do in that country. It was good for Emma Glasgow. It was good for other officer that EPS officer that you fire, but now it's not good. It's not good for you. You went in there, your own law. You fire people. Now you violated your own law. But unfortunately, again, we don't have a law in our country. People can do anything. We do not have a law. They're not accountable to nobody. Even if you have a group ethically. Ethics commission that will hold these guys responsible. Mm-hmm. So the thing is, they just do anything. You went and fired people for the job. You remove Emma Glasgow. You remove other people simply because they were wearing CDC T-shirt or what they were doing. Now you find yourself in the same thing. Will you resign? No, he's not going to do it because he's the president's nephew. He can do anything he wants. He can do anything he wants. That's how the law operates in Liberia. You see, it's so scary because you can't have any justice in that system, and it's bad. I mean, I'm afraid because anybody can do anything to you, and you will not have justice. If the executive said, don't persecute that person, they will not do it, and that's what we see going on now. You see, they are putting 12 through a lot of things in that country for nothing. This man did nothing.
That we killed the former president Talbot and his entire cabinet. One of the charges was nepotism.
You want to see what nepotism is? Go see what's going on there.
If we were to start all over, we say they got killed, murder for attempted nepotism. This is the real, but this one here now is the real thing.
Yeah. That's the big one.
What Talbot did was, what they were doing was an attempt. This one is like corruption, is butt naked, just walking around on Broad Street, and nobody cares.
Yeah.
And corruption himself doesn't care if he's running around butt naked. He cares whether people look at him. For this man to say, I am here because my uncle.
Yep.
It is not only embarrassing, and all of you country boys out there who thought that corruption was a civilized people thing or quick people thing, come and see what the country people, the native boys are doing. You come and see. If Tomalin and those guys who were murdered come back today, they would be shocked.
Yeah. Yeah.
I can just channel Frank Tower telling you we were joking.
Yeah.
So what we were doing here, we were joking.
Yep.
What the native access, and that's exactly why you don't bite his tongue. What the native access are doing now.
Yep.
We can't even hold a candle to these guys.
Nope.
Josiah Jacob sent his wife over to be the head. That's the lady who was out there speaking for the JFK. She's down there. She's director of health or something at JFK. Director, and he sent his brother there to be his chief of staff.
Yep.
One man, now 4 relatives, not distant. I'm talking about his wife, his brother, and several other folks from the same family.
It's a family. It's a family government. So it's a family government. The same group, the same Joe Biden who were accusing President Torgbean of being very corrupt, the rampant corruption, misuse of public office, and this and that. And Joe Biden, especially Joe Biden, he one of those that presented that was when people call him a tribalist, people didn't believe it, but he's demonstrating it now. He is a tribalist. You see.
And during the Dopoh government, they made him major, and he was Major Boykai.
Yep.
Wearing his full military regalia, Major Joseph Human Boykai.
Yeah.
So nepotism, tribalism, sectionalism, all the ism
is in there.
Yeah,
the families are there.
You put in a big pie and you stay. You close it out. When you pull it up, one of them will show up. You pull it up, one of them will show up. And Tomafala made it clear. Tomafala said, "It's our tradition in Lofa. We gotta support our own."
Yeah.
So we will support. We'll support white guy.
Yep.
And this is what we are talking about. Those of you who are in power, those people, your mothers, your sister were singing Congo Woman Born Road. Native Woman Born Soldier. At least they can say we didn't say we born this, but they're not soldier anymore. So Native women now really born role. We are children. We are the rogues now, the modern day rogues. And Garguah Mafia said something 1992 when he was speaking, 92 or 93 when he was speaking on Morehouse. Someone asked him, Garguah Mafia, what was the difference between Moja and Pal? And he said something, Doc, that really struck me. He said the difference between Pal and Moja wanted to replace the old order, but they wanted to be the replacement. So they didn't want real change. They just wanted, you move Tobo, you put Sawyer, you move Benny Warner, you put Tipo. That's how they wanted it. They wanted to be the True Party. But they did not want any change at all.
Yep.
And today, the man has been dead for years, and I'm listening and I'm replaying what he was saying. Those people are not interested in change, Mr. Gayman. They are interested in a position. They want to. This guy want to be president. He want to. He want to sit in that seat. Don't want to change anything.
Yep.
This is what we have now that the old order is out. When you look at what's going on in Monrovia now and what happened in 1980, 1979, 1978, it has gotten worse.
Yep. It's worse than Tobo or anybody. It's more useless now, Mr. Gayman. Very useless. I'm telling you. Very.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for tuning in. We are watching and we are listening and we are actually reading your comments. Matthew George is the yes, Liberia leader wouldn't need a good uprising. I understand. I understand your frustration. He said, this is why I will continue to advocate for a popular uprising against nepotism and sectionalism. I agree with you 100%. We have to stand up. We cannot be intimidated.
Yep. It's bad. I mean, let's talk about nepotism.
Yes.
You see, look at how many people. Look at Lo-Fi alone.
Oh.
Look at Lo-Fi alone. Almost everybody that holding key position from Lo-Fi.
Martin Colley, the initial list he made, 14 out of the 18 top positions came from Lo-Fi. 14 out of 18.
Yep.
The top 18 people that Joseph Boakai appointed, the top 18, 14 came from Lo-Fi.
Yep, all of them.
I mean, can you imagine the whole cabinet?
Everybody.
Nobody got shamed.
In other key era, even the infield that they don't want Dr. Dopoh Christian to go. They're from Lo-Fi as well. You see.
Oh. I mean, we are talking about they took out Dr. Christian and he put one of his nieces there.
Yep. That's what he does.
Catherine Colley, to all my closing argument family, Saturday will be my birthday. Kindly add me to our friends to follow. Okay. Thank you very much, young lady. We will definitely make sure we hear from us. Kathleen Colley, birthday this coming Saturday. Where is the party? Go, I want to come. Tell us where is the party. Don't come and announce your birthday here. We want to come to your house and eat your food and drink and gossip about you. Where is the party? Kathleen, that's what Liberian people do. They come to your house, they eat your food, they drink your liquor, then they gossip about you. That's what we're going to be doing. So let us know where is the party so we can come and have some fun. But happy pre-birthday to you. You got 48 more hours to be a year wiser. You will be a year wiser. From the very beginning, after the upset victory, I knew the Boakai administration will become one of the worst government in our country's history. President Boakai does not appear to be fully in charge. Instead, some of his close associates and kinsmen within the administration seem to be the one calling the shots. We just said it. Dr. Peabody just said it, Mr. George. That's exactly what's happening. But remember now, during the elections, my own sister and friend from Grand Bassa County, Nyobli Kanga, said, all we need, he doesn't need to do anything. We just want to borrow his face and his name. And we are going to do everything. You remember when people were asking, why Joseph Boakai is not campaigning, he's not going in the country. And she said that he doesn't have to go. We would do it. We just want his name. So now that they have won, Joseph Boakai, President Boakai, is president in name only. Those that campaign, those that wanted him there, they are the one. You can't tell me that Kofi Woods, as security advisor to the president, doesn't know that Burkina Bees are in the country. So what happened to all these things that Kofi Woods used to be talking about?
Yeah. Yeah, he's turning blind side to it now. He's not part of it no more. Yeah.
So how then do we convince the next generation of young folks? How? Like I keep saying, who are we leaving this country with? And how? I told you guys from the beginning, Dr. Peabody has a mortgage, he has family. He cannot leave everything and go to Liberia, take a job that will pay him $5,000 a month. There's no way he can live in Liberia and support his family on that. He's going to steal. So anybody tell you that I came to Liberia to struggle, I came to make sacrifice, that's a lie. Your mortgage back here, if you live modestly, your mortgage would be minimum $3,000 a month. That's just the mortgage. When you add utility taxes and everything else, we talk about maybe $5,000-$6,000 household expenses a month. There's no way you're going to maintain your family here and maintain a family in Liberia on $5,000. Anybody who tells you that, tell them they are a liar. They went there with ulterior motive. It wouldn't happen, Dr. Peabody. You cannot live in Liberia, support your family over here in New Jersey, and support yourself in Liberia on a $5,000 salary. It's not possible.
When you pay a mortgage and have to pay other bill, you can't do that. I mean, just taking care of the children here alone. My kids' school, my kids go to private school, and just taking them alone, paying all those different things, is almost impossible. It's very impossible,
So, Mr. George and Kathleen and everybody else in Liberia, if you come across any government official and they're telling you, I'm leaving my good job in the United States and I came here and I'm making a sacrifice, then you are a liar.
Ain't no sacrifice.
You are there because you get opportunity to steal money, to pay your mortgage here, take care of your families here, and take care of your family in Liberia. There's no way that is going to happen. There's no way that is going to happen in Liberia. Yesterday we saw Liberia in the news here in the United States when Timothy Weir was called out at the White House when they met with the president, when they unveiled the United States national team. And when you go to Times Square in New York, Timothy Weir's picture is on all the billboards and all the stuff. If you are a parent, that got to be a proud moment, Peabody.
Yeah, a proud moment for President George Weah. So, very proud moment. I think the kid did a wonderful job. That's a proud parents moment that we saw yesterday, the other day. Timothy Weah rolling and being selected. I think the parents are proud. They did a wonderful job with him, and he's coming up now to prove, making them proud at some of the highest level, especially in the United States of America, to make the United States of America team. He's done a wonderful job. I'm proud of him, and I believe every Liberian should be proud of him. Our friends are President Weah.
Well, Oliver Saka, I'm watching from Accra, Ghana. Thank you very much for tuning in. Our brothers and sisters, when I'm in Ghana, I'm going to look for you. You gotta cook me some of that duck chrome.
Oliver's a good guy. Oliver's my adopted son in Ghana. He's a good guy.
Okay, Oliver. So when I'm in town, you gotta cook the Ghanaian food, but slow down on the tomato. You eat too much tomato over there, my man. Everything. Dr. Peabody, I went over there. The people put tomato in everything.
Yeah. And so
Oliver, when I'm in town, slow down on the tomato. I love the Kehleboe. They got one of the best Kehleboes I've eaten in a long time. But when it comes to the soup, too much tomato, but it's all right. Yeah, but if you are a Liberian, going into New York City and going to Town Square and seeing this young man photo on billboards.
Very proud, yeah.
As Liberian, we have to be proud. We have to take the politics out of it. It's a proud movement if you go and see a Liberian child, and the kids are graduating all over the place. That's what I'm saying. If you have your son, your daughter, your grandchild, anybody, even yourself graduating, let us know so we can send a shout out. Because it is not easy in this country to graduate from school. It's expensive. You may have had some good support from your families and friends, from your church, from everything else. So yes, it is good for us to uplift each other when something good happens. You have put your politics aside. Look, when it comes to children, there are two things that anything that have made in Liberia, I'm in. I don't care who is doing it, I'm going to support it. And any child, if it comes to children, I don't care. So when you see somebody's child doing well, instead of trying to bring them down, celebrate them. They're putting our country on the map. It's not only the Myean name is not from America. They know that. Everywhere he goes, people are going to ask him, where are you from? And he's going to say, my father is from Liberia. My mother is from Jamaica. That's how it is. We got Liberia on the map.
Yep. Well, we take it Liberia's on the map. They got a Liberian.
Mm-hmm. When that World Cup, the last World Cup, when he scored, he was the only one that scored for the United States. I mean, the whole country was upside down.
Right.
And that's a good thing. Mr. Gayman, did you say that during the CDC government time, let us be fair, let us speak? I agree with you, but did you say that during your time? I know you are with CMC now. Oh, my friend, every time Liberians do well, I say it. Every time Liberians, especially the children, when they are doing well, you got to say it. The children, when they are doing well, you got to say it. When Timothy was signed to Paris Saint-Germain, we were here celebrating it. Okay? All the other young Liberians around the world who are trying to make it in sports. When this boy, the family boy, when he was doing the track and field, you remember, I think about a year ago, he was in the Olympic family. We were out here cheering Mr. Family on because he was running for Liberia. So yes, we have to uplift each other, our children. Anyway, Mr. Conant, if you have your grandchildren, your sister, your family member graduating or anything good going on, let us know so we can celebrate. Also, let us know if your birthday, your anniversary, anything good that you want us to say, we'll say it. This is your platform. We are just the talking heads. Kathleen said to all my closing argument families, Saturday will be my birthday. I'm going to read it every time. Add me as friend or follow me. Yes, we're going to add you on. Dr. Peabody, Kathleen said we should add her on our platform.
Oh, she wants to come. Captain Coley, reach out to me. We can get you on. We'd love female to come on. Yeah.
Oh, we will friend you. We put you on.
Yeah.
You can come on the show. Let us know what's on your mind. This is everybody's platform. Saturday we won't be here, so tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you want, you can call in so we can celebrate you. If you want to send our number, you want to send your number privately to Dr. Peabody, we will call you and celebrate you. We appreciate what you guys do. Because without you guys, there would be nobody. The platform needs our people. This is geared towards our Liberians. So when you see Liberia doing well, you have to celebrate our folks. And your birthdays are special as mine or as a Dr. Peabody. So yes, we want to say happy birthday in advance. But tomorrow, we won't be here Saturday, but we'd like to celebrate with you tomorrow. If not, then Monday. But yes, tomorrow will be a good time for you to send us your number. We'll call you and celebrate your birthday. Thank you very much for tuning in. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, today we had our guest, the Minister of Youth and Sports was supposed to be our guest. She let us know she's very professional. She called us in advance. She has some medical issues. She took her medication. She wanted to know if she could come on briefly for 45 minutes. And management said, no, relax, take your medication, rest. We'll reschedule. That's why she's not here. I know we advertised all week that she was going to be here. She really wanted to come on, but it just doesn't look good to have someone on your show sneezing and coughing. So she will be rescheduled. We want to also send a shout out to the Ministry of Sports for being professional, because some people won't even call Dr. Peabody. They just no call, no show.
Yeah.
But she was able to call, send us a text and say, listen, guys, can I come in for only 45 minutes? And then we said, no, take your time, rest. But when you come on the closing argument, you never know how long you're going to stay. But Dr. Peabody, yesterday we had a great group of guys. Great ballers, they call themselves.
Those were great guys yesterday.
Yeah, we had some great human beings, man. I mean, top-notch guys, highly professional. What do you think about what they're trying to do?
Man, it's a worthy God-sent project. Giving, and that's what we call giving people the opportunity. We are giving them another opportunity where the young people of that country can feel, have the opportunity for recreation. They can leave things they are doing, not just coming from school and sitting at home all day, but they are coming, they can go somewhere, sit there and play basketball, and refresh their mind and stuff from a hard day study or from a hard day work, where they can go out there and play basketball. I think it's a worth it call. It brings sanity to the time. It brings opportunity. It brings fellowship with young people and others. When we were growing up, setting time, we go to the basketball court. Everybody, it used to be a great meeting place. People sit down and talk. People meet friends. People meet girlfriends and all kinds of stuff there. And that opportunity has been wasted. So I think what they are doing is a worthy project. And I think every Liberian should be involved to provide support for these people, because I think the great ball player, what they are doing, they are going to bring a lot of hope. Sometimes when you're so stressed, you can go out there and play some ball game or sit down with your friends and chat and remove the things. Like we were saying yesterday, you don't know what the next LeBron James could come from right in those counties or somebody there who really played the game.
Yep, guys, yesterday was great. These guys call themselves great ballers or great ball players. They are former athletes from Liberia, mostly basketball players. And they have determined that they have worked here. They have done well in their own way personally. And now they are willing to give back. It's non-political. They are going to be asking everybody to chip in. They send us a schematic. When you go to our website, when you're in our chat room, you will see they have sent the schematics. A beautiful basketball. If Myean is back there, we can put the schematic up. It's a full-fledged NBA style basketball court. It is professionally laid out. And what we are pushing, they want to build one in Monrovia that has like a mini stadium. It has a bathroom for boys, bathroom for girls, a locker room, and all that stuff. So we are saying it shouldn't only be good in Monrovia.
Yeah.
It should be good everywhere because, listen, if you come into Buchanan to build out, you go to Orange Grove, we are going to rally to do it. We're not going to take no second class one, no way.
Yeah.
So what I suggested was that some of the schematics, right? The cost, and they did that. They didn't say the cost yet, but it's not what it's going to look like. So once we know how much it cost, if they told us they would take 500 bags of cement, 20 loads of sand, 10.
Waylon the Sudden, you have no room to talk, bro. Brother, like you were brother, like you reduce fractions, reduce that way.
I'm not hearing you. But the Gayman can hear me?
Oh yeah. For some reason,
I hear you now. You're muted. Yeah.
So we are talking about once we get the schematics, we see how much it will cost. If they need 300 bags of cement, 5 crushed rocks, loads of crushed rock, sand. Then we now start asking folks to chip in. Can you buy 10 bags of cement? Can you chip in? And then we go and build these things. He said maximum, the good one, $35,000. That's not bad. That's a good amount that we can raise.
It's a very reasonable amount. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, when you come from school, look, the reason why parks and recreation is very germane, very important to city planning. It serves so many purposes. First of all, is crime prevention. Because Dr. Peabody knows when you go to the park, you see thousands of children. They are playing. If that park wasn't there, those children would be somewhere doing something else, Dr. Peabody.
Yeah.
They are in the park. You see old people there walking, taking exercise.
That's one of the best thing President Weah did to the park. Yeah.
When you go to Monrovia and you go to the Invincible Park or the Unification Park, sometimes you can't even drive through the place.
Yeah. You got nowhere to go. You got nowhere to hang out. Nowhere to hang out, Yeah.
I was in Liberia for the Christmas time, and the delegation from Mozambique and I were driving around, and coming from the U.S. Embassy, we have to take they call it UN Drive, and he said, "There's no way we can get through here." I said, thousands of young people, nicely dressed. It looks like you say, right? It's a place to meet. Boys could meet girls, girls meet boys, and people go show off. I mean, thousands of children was going. So he said, you know what? Let's turn around, go up Benson Street, go through, go through UN Drive, go up the hill, then go down to the Masonic Temple, and then we can go that way and then go. So we said, fine. So we turned around and drove that way. When we got to the bypass, when we got to the Invisible Park, the same thing. The multitude of young folks, I mean, from the city hall all the way down, the children, I say, wow, this is how popular these parks are. So these guys are trying to build one park in each county. That would be nice.
Yep.
So if you are from any of the other counties that you want to take the lead, get in touch with us. Dr. Peabody is going to take your name and your information, and we're going to pass it on to those guys and join the team. Let's see something positive happen. It may not be you. Everybody want to be the head. These guys came up with a great idea. It's going to benefit your neighbor. It's going to benefit your community.
Yep.
Go out there and help. That's what we need to do. Douglas?
You keep being muted, Mr. Gayman. You keep being muted.
Yeah, it got to be those needy people over there trying to. Okay, today.
What's going on?
Today we had I don't know if you listened to the hearing for Mr. Dopoh, the NDC chairperson that was nominated by Joseph Boakai to be the election commissioner. So the Liberian Senate on Thursday begin confirmation hearing for National Elections Commission and its chairman, nominee, Mr. He's a lawyer. I didn't know he was a lawyer. Councilor Jonathan Weeder. It looks like everybody in Liberia is a lawyer. Following the resignation of former NEC chairperson David Torgbean Lasana. So I watched him and he went for a hearing and they were questioning him about his neutrality, whether he is capable of holding free and fair elections. Some of the stuff he was talking to me, it was just way out. He said he wants to digitize and use facial recognition in voting. And I said, what kind of man is this? You can't even pin your own building.
Yeah, you don't even have a bidding before you pin
it. He's talking about he will digitize the electoral process. They're going to have facial recognition. Those are some of the things that he wants to do. Even the United States, we don't even have that.
That just big enough.
Yeah, millions and hundreds of millions of dollars, and I'm saying, what?
Yeah.
So I knew then that he's not serious, but yet today was a very important day for
Mr. Gayman. Your phone keep you something wrong with your computer today? What?
No, I don't know what's happening because
it keeps going off and coming. Myean, the back, Myean.
Yeah, I don't know why it's happening. Whether it's is at the end there, but yes, the CDC Opposition Congress for Democratic Change, Lofa County chapter has issued a one-week ultimatum to all former CDC county officials to return all party properties in their possession. You know, when the Lofa thing is concerning. This young man that was killed in Lofa during this going election for Thomas Fala. This man was killed in his house for wearing a George Weah t-shirt. For putting George Weah banner in his house. They went in his house and killed him and brought the body outside.
Yeah.
And beat. Can you imagine? What kind of human being? Dr. Peabody, have we always been like this, or can we blame it on the war? We got to at least blame it on something, because I didn't know we were savages. How can you bring a dead man body outside and continue to beat the body? Who does that?
Inhumane and cruel people. That's the one that does it. Very inhumane, very cruel. They are the one that do it. It's nobody else that does it.
Have we always been like this, or what? I never knew that Liberia was this wicked.
Yeah, very wicked. Very much wicked. Very much wicked. Liberians are. Very much wicked. And everything that war. But it's not war. It's just wickedness, bro. Wickedness. Cruel.
So you think it's always been in us, or what?
People just wicked, Mr. Gayman. Wicked and awful. That's all. You know, people are like that. Very wicked, very awful. They will do that, you know.
Jeez.
That is so sad. That is so sad.
It was my first time
That
seeing
is so sad.
a dead human being. Someone that they murdered. I saw something similar in South Africa where they used to put the tire around people's neck and burn them to death.
The other one that is wicked. That's
and I thought these people were wicked. But what I saw with that young man, they killed him in his house just because he had a banner for the opposition. They killed him in his house. They didn't leave him there. They brought the body outside in public and started taking sticks and beating the body.
Yep. That is bad.
And then Mr. Yimali also promised to kill some guy named Falabu.
Yep. Well, he's trying to kill Tom Fala too at one point.
Yes.
Now they're buddies.
No, but they are not quite buddies. You remember last week, Thomas Fala was talking about hosting and forming an auxiliary to support the president. And Yimali told him, shut up. If you want to really support the president, come and join the Unity Party. Don't sit there and be talking.
Mm-hmm.
And then only that, a week later, for the president to go to this man lunching and then gown him. Usually it's the other way around, Dr. Peabody, where you gown the chief.
Mm-hmm.
But the chief gowned this man and then took white collar and said, let's break it. Both of them broke it and both of them chew it and say, I trust you. That told me that Yimali has no power in the party.
Yep. It's sad, and all those inhumane behavior. I mean, cruel behavior, and this was the guy who was talking about killing people. And when that thing happened in Lofa, he was going about killing. And what did he get? He got rewarded with a cabinet minister job. So Liberia has just come up, but everything we attribute it to the war. We're not even making an attempt to change some of those behavior. But everything we attribute it to war. So everything that happened, that's the war. That's the war. So you would never move on because you have a war. Other countries that had it even worse than Liberia have moved on. They are doing so well. I mean, they have become part of on the world map. But everything is war. That's why we say we can't even control our own country today. Anybody can just come in. How did thousands of Burkinabes come into that country? How did Guinea situation escalate that everything went to that level? So Liberia's not ready yet. They're not ready. It's difficult, but you don't have a law. You don't have any real action taken against people who commit these kind of heinous crime. They do it and they stay there. And sometimes they get rewarded. So that's the problem we are faced with. That's the problem. You see. So we need to do something. Yeah.
It is okay. This guy, Connor said, not the children, was speaking about. I'm talking about the people's working in government and families in America. I'm not talking about Timothy. I'm very proud of Timothy and his parents. We as Liberians should be proud of him and continue to pray for him and his family. Thank you very much, Chair, for making the correction. I have been misunderstanding that, yes. But yes, we as Liberians, until we can actually, I don't know why it's going to take, because during the elections, Prince Johnson said, we are sick and tired with the Southeasterners and the Congo people. You ran this country for so long, it's time for the central and north of Liberia to take power. And he said, when Lofa is done, then Nimba will take, like they have planned it that way, or that Liberia belongs to them. They can decide who becomes president, or it's a Susu club. Today is my turn, tomorrow is your turn.
Wow.
So he said after Lofa will be Nimba. And then from Nimba, they will go to Cape Mount and then Bomi before it go back down to the Congo people or that Monrovia and Basso and the whole Southeast, because this, according to him, we have run the country for 200 years and have done absolutely nothing. That was it. That was his understanding.
Well, the show doing it right now. The show got it. The show got it good. They really got it good. They sure got it good, Mr. Gayman. They doing it to they doing it to each other, They're doing it to their own people, They are doing it to their own people.
The man say it's time for the Central and Northwest to run the country and see how it goes. So it went to Lofa. From Lofa, it's going to go to Nima, then Bong, then Cape Mount, then Bomi. Then that. So this is not our lifetime now because that's 6 years each talking about here.
Yeah.
So there are about 6 counties there. Bong, Nima, Lofa, Wapolo, Cape Mount, Bomi. Yeah, 6 counties.
Yeah.
So 6 years, 6 times 6, that's 36 years.
Yeah.
Before Basa smell presidency again, before Sino and everybody else. So the people have decided how they're going to run the country, who's next on deck. And as far as they're concerned, they don't see Owens Grove, they don't see Lower Buchanan, they don't see
They were running. I mean, the people run their team. What are you talking to the people for? The people running their stuff. You know?
Oh, our Liberia. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are doing very well here. We are talking about nepotism. We're talking about tribalism. We're talking about having one group of folks or families. Those are all who grew up in the United States and visited New York, Staten Island, New Jersey, Philadelphia. We know about the mafia. That's how they ran stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's all about family.
Yep. Yep.
It's all about family. The Gambino family versus the Gatti family versus that family. Family. It's not a nation. It's not a state. It's always the family, individual family members.
Yep.
So this is where this government is now. Everything is about the family. If you're not just a worker, nephew, cousin, or kinsman, or from that area, your chances of being anything. Look at this photo. Look at this photo here. This is Dopoh Jala from Lofa.
Yep.
This is Garguah from Lofa. That's the finance minister, the LRA director, and then the president or the CEO of the central bank. These are the 3 most powerful money people in the country that control our money. They are all Joseph Boyka's nephews. We're not lying to you. It's right here for you to see. So, how do we run a country when one group of folks, one tribe, or one county dominate everything? Like nobody else knows anything about running country. So we are here talking about these things. The only way we can solve our problem is by discussing them honestly. Talking about them. This is why these platforms are very, very important. Here, like I was saying, let me send a little pitch to our friends. Listen, to run the closing argument, you can see our young folks all over the place. They are covering every county. We need help. If you're in government and you want to help us, we will take it. The only thing we won't do, we will not sing your praises. If you do good for us, we will tell the folks that you have done good for us.
Yeah.
But you're not going to come and dictate what we say, how we say it, when we say it.
Yeah.
No. But if you like the work that we are doing, look, we got motorbikes, we got gas to buy, we got these young men and women to pay. And sometimes we don't have the money, so they pay, get that late. You know, they depend on us.
Yeah.
Okay? Look, it's almost 7 o'clock here. That's midnight in Liberia. And these young folks been working since 6 o'clock this morning.
Right.
And then they leave and go home and they come right back again.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, if you want to help, we urge you to chip in. whether you minister, I know we talk Bible because some of the things you do don't be right. But nobody gonna blame you if you made a donation to a good cause like closing the argument.
Yep.
Instead of opening your own radio station so people can sit there and praise you all day.
Yeah, that's what it do.
Send help to an independent nation, a group of folks like us. Yes, we will acknowledge you. We'll tell you that you have done well for us.
Yep.
But don't come and tell us because I give you a few dollars so you can't say bad thing about me. Why you stealing?
Mm-hmm.
You know we will say it. And we do have a group here, say Free Prophet Key. That one that the old man finished saying is you're on your lead, you're on with God.
I know, right?
He says he took responsibility for taking Nima County's son and putting him in jail. That's what he said.
Very inhumane. Very much inhumane.
I'm going to play a little bit. Hopefully you can hear it, but this is what he said.
As the representative said, we want to see you collaborating and cooperating and making sure that you make use of the court. Respect the judges. When you receive a paper from the court, don't say I can let you come to the court and tell the court this is my reason. Don't refuse. People who have the habit of running government property down. This, I hope, will not happen here. Anybody attempting to bring court or police station while I'm teaching, we are not going to establish new player for you. But I can tell you that you will not come back to your people on their list. We will make sure. Competition is everywhere. Every society going to look at good and bad people. There are a lot of good people in the country, but there are a lot of bad ones too. Prophet Key is an example. They spoil the good name of Nima people. They spoil the good name of people from Sabotage district. In our society, nobody abuse woman cause. If you do it in the child and you are a man, the man does not blame you. If you do it a woman, the woman does not blame you. But unfortunately, we have one child from a mother who decided to live with an abusive woman. Today we lack you, we will remain there until otherwise the time is completed.
Did you hear that? He said, I will lock him up, he will stay there until otherwise order. Can you imagine one man had that kind of power? You are muted.
Power. And people sit there and think that it's a law.
And they're clapping.
Yeah, they're clapping. But I mean, that's the same people. They sing the same song. And sometimes you wonder whether these people deserve having anybody must have pity for them. You wonder whether people have pity for these kind of people. They sing this song every day, but yet still they're going home to a place they're not going to eat. They're going home where they don't have good health care, and whereby the chief justice built Kehleboe Hotel in his hometown. He rented out when they go there for judicial meetings and things like gathering. That's where the people stay and things like that. And the thing is fine. No law. The country is screwed up. Screwed up. Very screwed up country. You know, you take somebody and jail them and say that you can't cuss women. Nobody support the fact. I don't support anybody insulting women. I think it's bad. It's wrong. But for you to jail somebody just because he made that kind of statement and get out there and brag and say he will stay there until you're ready for him to get out of jail, it's troubling. It's very troubling. You know, very much troubling. You know, so
wow.
I don't know.
Guys, if you are listening, Myean, if you're in the back, I know we got our tip because I got it from our chat room. If you could play whether it can play louder, I would be nice letting people see what our Chief Justice is saying here. The Chief Justice says that he's going to lock him up, not for 1 month or 2 months, but you're going to stay there until otherwise order.
Yep. Yep. So that's bad.
He said, I will lock him up and he will be there. He's not getting out. He will be there until otherwise order.
Yep.
One man.
One man with power, man. One man with all the power. One man with all the power, Mr. Gayman. One man with all the power. You know.
The Constitution means nothing.
Yeah.
the protection of rights of folk mean absolutely nothing.
Yeah.
The Liberian jurisprudence, the process.
Yeah. Yeah.
And here you are. We are talking about the rights in the Joseph Boakai government. There's something in our arrest agenda. The R stands for the rule of law.
Mm-hmm.
The rule of law. I don't know where all the justice advocates, where they are.
They're not there. They're not there. They are not there.
Because they're afraid. You got one court in Liberia, and if they bar you, your life is over. So nobody can say or speak to power.
Yep. Yep.
One group has the power to take your license and determine whether you live and support your family or not.
Yep. Yep.
So he stand there and say, we got good people in Nimba.
Yeah, brag about it too.
Unfortunately, we got some bad ones, like Prophet Key. That's why I put him in jail. And he will stay there until otherwise ordered.
Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are in perilous time in our history. Any big shot can now grab you and lock you up.
And it will be acceptable.
Without due process.
Yep.
And then he can say until otherwise ordered.
Yeah, it's acceptable.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah.
That is the Liberia that we have. You talk about abuse of power.
Yep. You're bad off.
Our country is in for a rough time. I don't care what you guys say. Liberia is headed in. I don't want to say anything before they say you don't want to see the country move forward. But this one, it is one of those things that we all have to be careful because it is happening right before our eyes.
Yep, it's happening.
So what do you think? During the last election, there were issues between Honorable Cummings and Joseph Boakai. Here, the ANC petitioned LACC to pro secretive $1 million mansion in Foya, funded by state enterprises. ANC petitioned LACC to pro secretive $1 million Foya project. Opposition party demand answers over government flip-flopping on ownership, procurement, and financing a luxury complex shielded by public scrutiny. The Alternative National Congress have formally petitioned the Liberian Anti-Corruption Commission to launch an immediate investigation into multi-million-dollar construction in Foya, Lofa County, a complex of what witnesses describe as luxury villas that the government initially denied funding before Joseph Boakai reversed course and admitted public money was being involved. In a letter dated 25th of May 2026, signed by Secretary General Desmond Nimlin and approved by Chairman Councilor Lafayette Gould, the ANC called the project a potential blueprint for how not to spend public money, conducted secrecy, contradicted by officials, and apparently financed through state-owned enterprises without legislative approval and oversight, and a competitive bidding. The project, officially branded the Mano River Union Center for Regional Peace and Development, first came to light not through the any government announcement, but through civil society group NAMO in Liberia.
Wait, what was this?
In early September 2024, NAMO Executive Director Eddie Nyenwolo published area photos suggesting that the lavish multi-unit villa complex, allegedly valued over $10 million, was quietly being built in Foya by MUSNS Group Incorporated, a firm led by Joe G. Morba, a known associate of the president. Construction reportedly began in September 2024 under the supervision of engineer Edward Yomba. Though no budget line, procurement approval, a source of financing have been ever publicly disclosed, Nyenwolo questioned the rationale behind such a large-scale project deep in the forest. The government initial response only to deepen suspicion. Deputy Information Minister Daniel Sano claimed on closing argument, there you go. There you go. This is being reported by Front Page Africa, major one on the front page of Front Page Africa. Said the Minister Daniel Sano claimed on the closing argument talk show that the project was funded by Mano River Union and had no personal link to the president. Less than a week later, Sano walked back that statement saying he could not confirm the Mano River Union statement, saying he could not confirm anything, and the involvement of the government leaving the project origin even murkier. President Joseph Boakai eventually broke his silence during a live interview on state broadcast ELBC, insisting the development is a legitimate NRU procurement building initiative and dismissed claim that he had intended for personal benefit. He said the project in Foya is for peace building in the sub-region. It is an international project intended to prepare Foya as a place where crises can be resolved and where international meetings can also take place. He said the president also claimed that the initiative was launched without his knowledge. It is not a Joseph Boakai project. In fact, it started without my knowledge. You can go there. There is nothing in my name, he says. On why the project was initially kept from public view, Boakai suggested those behind it deliberately withheld the information from him. They knew very well that I would have resisted it at the beginning because it is not what I want done in my name or in Foya that could be interpreted as being my personal project. But this is not a private project. He explained, however, but this did not satisfy the critic. Question immediately arose how much MRU member states were contributing, the source of the funding, whether finance involved loan and applicable interest. And the president got upset, but this is where we are. So, hey, Dr. Peabody, congratulations to you guys. You have been, you see, this is what we're talking about. They are quoting the closing argument as the source for the information dissemination. This is what we are talking about. When you are quoting somebody, you are using somebody intellectual property. You got to quote your source. You got to cite.
Yeah.
And Front Page Africa did this.
Yeah.
When we hosted Daniel Sano here, that was exactly what he said. So they are giving you credit. They're giving other credit, giving the closing argument credit for that great interview we had with Daniel Sano. Honorable Peabody, how you feel about the story?
I think the story just shows how open and how deep we go in trying to bring the facts to the Liberian people on the closing argument. And having a platform like Front Page Africa, that shows how we credible, how transparent, and how deep we go. So that story was published by the closing argument, and Daniel Sano appeared, and we went deeper. We went very deep with him. And he was able to say those things. So, I mean, that's what we do here. And that's what we'll continue to do to bring the fact and only the fact to the Liberian people.
Matthew George said, your reporters on the field are doing an excellent and incredible job. Thank you very much, Matthew George. Just what we are saying.
They are doing a wonderful job.
Yeah, they're doing a great job, guys. This is why we are here every day.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? We may not be into the gossip and got you and all of those things, but we are bringing you credible information or discussion. When we are talking about discussion, we are talking about substance.
Mm-hmm.
And we are glad that you are part of it. Actual factual, the U.S. Embassy in Liberia, we should put over SOS call to deny visa to Basic and his crew from coming to the United States. Yeah, tango. I understand that was that was Prince Johnson when he was disgracefully mutilating President Doe, cutting his ear, drinking his Budweiser, and on the walkie-talkie. He talked tango over. He said, according to him, he was in communication with the U.S. Embassy. So yes, we understand the code tango. Yes, but yes. So this is kudos to our staff, kudos to our folks on the ground, kudos to our panelists. Even though they come in late, but it's all right. They gotta go push their carton, and it's actually she's 2 hours behind us, so she get a break. Welcome, Toby.
Welcome. Thank you. Toby, hello, everybody. What happened to the cats? The cats in Seattle today?
No, she's not.
I'm trying to start trouble.
You the one started the trouble in the chat room. You know what's going on there. You not come over here. You can't fool us.
We'll be asking for 20 minutes. The cats. Anyway, she'll come.
The gas station want to come for 45 minutes. You said no in the chat room. You said no. Then you come here now. We gotta put you out there on this.
I will tell you about eyes closed. I remember telling you that one.
The lady said she won't come over for 45 minutes. You said no. We want you. We can have her 2 hours. We don't want her.
We don't want her.
Yeah, so she will reschedule, and that's good because Professor Kennedy was saying, it doesn't look right for her to be on the show sneezing and coughing.
Yeah, especially when she's not in good health.
Yeah.
You know.
So it was
but also too, we need more time. 30, 45 minutes just not enough. You know, Mr. Gayman got to take 20 minutes, warming her up, welcoming her to the platform, all of that.
You got to butter her up. Make sure.
Yeah. We need her very best.
So soon she said that, then you and Robert you'll start pelting her. But how your day been going?
Oh, good so far. It's been warm in Texas.
Yeah. Do you work weekends?
Huh?
Do you
work?
What's up? Do you work weekends?
No, I don't.
Good.
I don't. That's my self-care time.
Okay. The country is full of news. We've been on it. We've just been killing ourselves laughing, Dr. Peabody and myself. We went from Ebola to the Supreme Court to the United States government finally lifting the travel ban and sanction.
Oh, precious. It's so funny.
Yeah, look, I saw it this morning. I just realized, what's wrong with these people? This our country here. The people are funny. Why you go? Even if you did, why are you going to publish it?
Well, let me ask though. Was the sanction on him and his family or just him?
Well, I think it was him and his family.
Oh, but then it's appropriate then.
Because I know
some of them in the past they will put it on their wife or their family and
children.
Stuff like that.
Yeah. They usually do the wife and the children, immediate family. So
then it makes sense to publish it.
Yeah, I said the wife should go and test it.
Right.
Go to the embassy and apply for visa and see whether this thing is for real.
I agree.
Once the sanction is lifted, she should be able to travel. The kids should be able to travel. But
the woman I found with more, I saw her picture. I still pretty to get found where for.
Oh.
Yeah, what bright woman. I remember seeing her picture.
Oh.
Pretty just wife, light skin, right?
Hey, don't
I've seen her before.
Don't maybe go there because the first time I saw her, she was dark, but now she's very light.
Let me close my mouth. I ain't gonna start no gossip. No, I remember seeing when I went to sympathize with her. Unless maybe
but that's the more recent picture.
Yeah, recent one. Yeah. But she should test the process. Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing.
The process. Go and apply. The NEMA people are here. Let them send her invitation.
Right.
I'll go to the MSA and hear what the people say. Whether she's off the hook. But we were just discussing that the ANC have petitioned the LACC to probe the secretive $1 million project in FOIA. Finally,
it's about time.
I was just talking to Dr. Peabody why it took the ANC this long. We've been discussing it here for
I know why it took them so long to do something.
What happened to all the dead parties in the country, opposition party? We always the one running with a torchlight, and they come last to the end of the game when the referee about to blow the whistle. Like, what's this? Y'all just catch you on? Eh?
I mean,
every time people release something, they should be the first to jump on it. Yeah.
May 28th. Can you imagine May 28th?
Yeah, what 6 months later?
2 years ago, we talking about this thing. This man.
Yeah, you know.
Finally. So I don't know. Something is happening. Why you think, Dr. Tell me, why you think they got the courage now to, are they seeing something that we're not seeing, or finally they seen the light that we saw?
Maybe they just found out that it was corruption to build that place.
Well, the TV all around. I mean, the people sent doom. What do they mean? The drone over there. They got drone photos. People went there in person. Now they even going for FOIA. Something else in FOIA. All right, somebody sent me an article yesterday. Got something else going on in FOIA besides that.
Yes.
Some FOIA digital something, and then they got Vonjaman something again. I said they must just move the capital to Lofa County. They move close the case. It finished. Move the capital there. Everything Lofa. Finish, because I read they're going now. They be as well. Yeah, I don't know why they just. Oh, you got a call. That Kehleboe again.
Who calling Kehleboe?
That Kehleboe calling. You know that he can start with give me answer. He come to me.
And so, but I think it's the anti-corruption won't do anything. The anti-corruption is just fighting to put. They're talking about to put Twitter in jail, you know, even though the court ruled on nonsense, but that's what they're fighting for to do. You know, they want to put
something so hard. They're trying so hard.
Trying to allow a case that have already been acquitted, jury dismissed, then they go back after 10 days and say they're calling.
Can you imagine?
What a shame.
It's like so you know, it's like two children fighting. They beat you. Yeah. Good. You go home. Your mom say, "I let them be you." Then you go back. You say,
go back.
We're gonna fight until I win.
We'll fight until I win because my mom beat me last time. My papa beat me for you beating me.
Yeah.
But that call came in from someone.
Oh, okay.
They are on another show on another platform, but they're calling us for facts for the facts. They're trying to verify, but you know, can you imagine they're coming to us?
That's good.
It's a good thing. They're coming to us for the statistics, the date and time, and everything else. It's turned out that yes, I have all the papers right here. I got all my printouts, so I was able to pull it out. So yes, this is what we are talking about, right? You can go on any show you want to go on, but you will come back here for the facts.
Yeah.
Because we quote. This is why before we go to print, before we come here, we have done all of our homework. We got all the newspapers. We scan all the newspaper from in the morning. We watch all what everybody else says. We want to make sure that we're not in the G's business. We're not gossiping. We're not saying anything. That's why we're going to quote where we got the information from. And you can fact check us. And I'm glad that another station is calling us to help them with the facts.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing. That is a good thing. And we were just quoting Front Page Africa. Were quoting us.
Oh, really?
Yes, referencing us when we hosted Daniel Sano there's the
that interview.
Yeah, that interview. The quote is there. So this is what we are talking about, guys. It is about substance, and we have substance. But yes, tell me what is going on in Liberia. The president of the Republic of Liberia, we talk about it briefly. Usually they say opposition is a government in waiting. That means you have critiqued the other government, you know they're not doing well at all. So for the 6 years, you have gone down the list and you said, this is what it did wrong, this is what it did wrong, this is what, and then on the other side, you said, this is the solution, this is how we're going to do it, this is when we're going to do it, this is who's going to do it. After almost 3 years in power, President Bouazizi just figured it out that the government is spending too much money on travel. He just figured it out.
After 2 or 3 budget cycles and all financial statement, everything.
But listen to the punchline. Like I say, we on this platform, we don't just look at the headlines. We look at the fine print too. He says, effective immediately, no one is going to be traveling without his approval. But then in the fine line, the fine print, it says, but you can travel quarterly with all my approval. Can you imagine? You are quarterly, that means the person can travel 4 times a year. Can you? Who goes to the United States from Liberia 4 times?
4 times.
When do you work?
Yeah.
Usually, all the job will give you one vacation, a personal vacation where you can travel, and then you can do one on your own, 2, at least twice a year. But the president is there 4 times without approval from him. So that tells me people were traveling like every week or every month.
Yeah.
To limit it to 4. That means the person might be doing more than 4. So what time do you have to do oversight, to do quality control? What time do these ministers have? They just travel all over the place.
But you know what, Mr. Gayman, yes, that for sure. But they're just trying just for the money and the per dime. They're just wasting taxpayer money. But it's concerning to me that you put people in power. You're a manager. You're a leader. Run your own stuff. You put people in so that they can be able to implement. They can be able to carry out your directive and all that. But if you have to check off on everything that they're doing, then we have a problem. So you sitting in the executive mansion that's supposed to oversee other things, and then you got to sign off on every travel. We got a problem here. Look at the people. What kind of people are you hiring as ministers and deputy ministers that's supposed to oversee all these little things? But on this level, those are the things that your minister is supposed to be overseeing. Make sure that the travel are appropriate, they're fit for the purpose, all those different things. They're not just traveling for nothing and wasting taxpayer money. But if you got to sign off on every travel, we have a problem. You can't manage everything. What kind of person are you? Then you should fire all your ministers and assistant ministers because they're not worthy of taking other positions. We have a problem in our country. Who's in charge there? Who's leading who? You delegate responsibility. Who's leading who? What is this? What did we call? Well, I didn't vote. So let me say, what did we call ourselves? What y'all bring for yourself in our place? Man, is it election time yet? Jesus.
But every time the president himself, he travels so much. When he's traveling, he takes the whole entourage. What are you going to do now?
That good for nothing certificate with a picker in Florida. I took the picture. I was coming down the elevator. I saw the picture. I counted no less than 25 people on that elevator.
Yeah, that was
elevator coming down.
San Francisco.
Yes. Some kind of school, they say they school the mostly Nigerian people, the American people not to the school and give it to the Nigerian people. Somebody connected, this is my connection, Mango team, get peace at work. 25 people. Probably more than that.
That you saw.
That I saw. I'm sure there were some that are left in the back of the line. There are other people that came later.
They have an advanced team that comes ahead. You remember? They usually send an advanced team, and the advanced team will come, and then you guys come, then other folks come later on. So that 25 may be times 4.
Yeah.
And you gotta pay their per diem, you gotta pay for their travel, hotels, food, everything. And so finally the president said, wow, it cost this much.
He just woke up 3 years later.
Yeah, and then I like the media, the photograph they use. He's when he just landed in Foya on that private jet. He's there waving to the phone and telling the people they should cut down travel. Basically, the optic is, how can you say you paving all the roads in the country, you say you're building all the roads, but you're building a road and you don't want to travel on your own road. So how you want us to believe that you're actually building a road? How? If the roads are so good, why you're driving, you are flying from Monrovia to Benjamin? Why? I mean, to Foya. So this is what I was saying. I said, but I can't believe that the president is finally saying that they should cut down on travel. 3, like you said, 3 budget cycles.
Yeah.
So don't you see when they do their performance review, don't you see each ministry, their line item, what they have in their line item for travel? You should be able to see that.
You're supposed to see that because you have a copy of all of that.
Yeah.
Every ministry I gave you a copy.
All these cabinet meetings they are having, don't they? People bring report and say, this is what we have done. We have traveled this way. But for the president to say he just figured it out. And now
he's out of touch.
Yeah, so and I'm saying usually in the United States, when the president or the administration is in trouble, you try to change the topic. That, because lately we've been talking about Josiah Joker and his nephew and all what's going on, and all of a sudden they call a cabinet meeting, and then they put out all these things about it. But the Josiah Joker thing is not going away.
Oh, I wish somebody would take him to court.
It is not going away for this man. And he's a very good friend of mine. I mean. Like I said, not buddy, but I met him on FOL. Then when I went to Liberia, I met him in person for the first time. And, he seems to be like a very reasonable people, but always, I guess the politician will tell you, they will tell you what you need to hear, show you what you need to see, and then they do something totally different. Did
he give a position statement on the issue since then?
Oh, yeah. He, instead of addressing it, he attacked Amara Kone. And Amara Kone did nothing wrong. He only said that
is what you preach.
That's correct. It is not acceptable. Then he went to attack Amara Kone. So their whole response team is saying, we will destroy Amara Kone. He may not recover from the intellectual, the academic abilities and capability of Jokai. Jokai is going to destroy Amara Kone. Amara Kone is lightweight. I mean, these guys are all over the place, not addressing anything the man said, but going to say Amara Kone should not be talking to me because Amara Kone doesn't have a PhD.
Who cares about PhD? The thing remains, are you in violation of the policy? That's what it is, or whatever they got going with the law. And if you're in violation, then let's go to the penalty. What should happen to you? Because when other people tell you can't with the axe, now the axe coming for you. So we need to be balanced here. But I heard that, I know reliable sources said that he boycott, one of the boycott favorites. So we'll see how that goes. We'll see how that goes.
Like I mentioned, it's now up to Amara Kone, Musa ability, and others to hold him accountable. Absolutely, they should call him before the House.
Yeah,
and put him on record.
Mm-hmm.
This is a man who fired 250 EPS.
Can you imagine?
Fired 700 women that used to sweep the streets and all that. People who are making $50. People who were just making something, the old lady then, they were just giving them something to sweep the street. Fire all of them. Then went to the city hall and clean house there because the folks were on, they said they were on social media.
Yes.
So
for posts. I know one girl that personally I know that he fired a girl for post. Social media posts. Can you imagine?
And then this thing happened, and he says, something I heard, like, I'm only here to support my uncle. It's good news for our family. He's gonna be re-endorsed to rerun for a second term. So I'm here not as a CIA director. I'm only here to support my uncle. And then one of his assistants said he has all constitutional rights to be there. Then they started quoting the Constitution, that the Constitution gave us the right to associate and disassociate. So he's not in violation of any law. He's only using the Constitution to associate. Can you imagine?
Associate under what conditions, though? Under what conditions? You can go associate, but not to wear the purple T-shirt, because that's when the violation comes in. You know, these people, when they come to them, they would manipulate things to suit to it. At the end of the day, Mr. Gayman, I don't think anything will come out of this, because I heard about his proximity, to the president, and you take it to the house. The whole house is a boycott house. You take it to the court. The whole court is a boycott court. So we're going nowhere. We're going nowhere. I don't think anything's gonna come out of this. It's just gonna be, like you said, 1 week noise, and then they move to something else.
You think so?
I don't think anything's gonna come out, just because that on all levels, the people did not concerned about doing what is right. They can call him to the house, but he's gonna go finesse the way there, and then we're probably gonna station an apology. Just how the other men station the apology. And so he said the boycott assistant went and set the table and said, "Okay, listen to him," and then he give like, "Yes, I apologize," and then the other person said, "Give the penalty." And like the whole thing was a movie, And I think that's exactly what's gonna happen. I have
all scripted.
Yeah.
It is amazing. One of the articles that I want us, hopefully this whole week and next week, we can continue to talk about it, is government officials usually listen, because Tomalin usually lists everybody that he sent this to, but this thing for the education thing, where it says the kids are in school but they are not learning, I think that is a terrible, terrible, terrible article. But let's talk about, before we go to that, let's talk about Sam Jackson.
Yes.
Criminal Code 8 voice defense autopsy in Tony Jackson's case. I mean, this is serious. So it's a Criminal Code 8 has ruled that an autopsy conducted by defense retained forensic investigator in the ongoing manslaughter and neglect homicide case against Samuel P. Jackson cannot be admitted into evidence after determining that the investigator lacked legal authority to perform post-mortem examination under Liberian medical regulations.
So is Liberian medical regulation higher than U.S. regulations?
But no, the thing, what's funny here, when when Harry Greene died, this is the same guy that Ellen Johnson and the Joseph Walker government brought into the country to determine cause of death. When the Addison guy died, this is the same guy they brought in for the cause of death. But now that the shoes is on the other foot, now all of a sudden they figure out that this man is not qualified to do autopsy or investigation in Liberia. What is going on in our country?
Apparently they don't like the result, Mr. Gayman, so they're trying to do all kind of crazy stuff, because he's come back 2 other times too, or 2 because I think he was there for forgot her name. So he's come back for 2 other cases, and the guy is qualified. Okay, they said they wanted to review his credentials before he did the work. They saw it. So if you knew he wasn't qualified, what you made him to go ahead with the work for? You should have stopped him from the beginning. Okay, so what happened to that autopsy that they went running with 2 days later when Seleke Kromah said, "Oh yeah, we got the evidence, we're gonna indict and we're gonna send him to court and blah blah. We got Mr. Jackson, We got every reason to believe that he committed a crime. What happened to that UNA report? We can't hear no tail. Nothing. Nothing. He just gone cold with it. I heard he in some kind of Uganda or somewhere.
Went Uganda to go.
Finish with that case. 2 months later, it's about somebody in my relative. I will be concerned. I need to know the status of my relative. I need to bury my relative in peace. 2 months? How? What kind of country is this? Then, because the result, they're not to what you want it to be, so you disqualify the whole result. Mm-hmm. Where are we going? Where are we going?
Nowhere. There's a lot of cases. You got the Fanati Kofa case. Mm-hmm. That's going nowhere too. You got the Samuel Toy case. It's going nowhere. You got other death and thing in Monrovia that's going nowhere. It just proves the government inability to lead that country. They are unable to lead Liberia. The president asking why I say Burkina Bees in the country. You got nobody over there watching or seeing how people, your security apparatus and stuff like that. You say you're concerned about all the Burkina Bees that are in the country. What's your security advisor that should be talking to you and telling you what's happening in the country on a day-to-day? Who should be briefing you about what's happening? You know, where's the NSA? Where millions of dollars are sought?
The research agency.
Yeah, the research agency in Africa probably, where millions and millions of dollars are passed through. And you are saying that you're asking question why did the Sierra Leone border, the Guinea border, we didn't know how Guinea entered and they stayed there and the case is dead. Nothing. Guinea ready they can even march in and take over that whole area. And what would happen? Nothing. So what I would say is we're just in the lack of leadership. The lack of leadership. And that's what's happening in the country. The lack of leadership. If you're spending, I think NSA budget is almost what, Mr. Gayman, what, 20-something million?
21.2 million, I think it was.
1.2 million for a small country like that, and you can't even conduct a real security movement in that country. Where are the agents? Where are the people that you train that go around? Or it's just another area where they siphon millions of dollars into other people who put money in the budget and stuff like that? Is that what NSA is there for? All that money they want, they put it through NSA and they get the cut in the end. Instead, we put in NSA, national security of the country. They can't even determine how thousands of Burkina Faso got into Lofa and other places. You can't determine how the Guinean border, they didn't go there overnight. You can't even determine who are doing mining in other people's. What kind of country is that? You know, the old man is old. You don't expect him to know anything. He now had over 10 different cabinet meetings. What an outcome. Every time they're having cabinet meeting, that place that Joey had them fixed so beautiful. I mean, really beautiful. That place down there at the mansion. Because I know Mary Broad took me on a tour one time we went to Liberia. The place is beautiful. So they go there, sit down, drink tea, eat nice breakfast, talk, and there's nothing really happening. Just a bunch of blah. I tell you that it's an era of blah. So blah to talk. He convened another cabinet meeting. What the outcome of that cabinet meeting?
Well, yeah, nothing.
He said people traveling, he's gonna cut that. That since when you realize that you travel too much for the United Nations, that push you only travel 2 or 3 times. Since when did you realize that? Can you imagine? It's just a fly, complete fly. Yep, all day fly.
Let me welcome Mr. Robert Garguah. Robert Garguah, you drinking that beer again? That green bottle scare a lot of people. The man said,
water.
Yeah, the man said,
he said no drinking on the show.
Yeah, he said no drinking on the show. That green bottle, it looked like Heineken.
Yeah, that man right there, he's a very, he didn't come to the city.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's great to be on, man. Great to see everyone. Great to see Dot, man. I haven't seen Dot in a minute. Great to see my
sister. I was so busy last week traveling, place, and all kind of stuff, man.
Good to see my sis Telvi, my fussy sis Telvi.
Arresting.
And of course, great to be on. Great to be on.
Thank you, Robert.
Yeah, we had Liberia is a very interesting country. For the president to tell his cabinet that they are spending too much money on travels, but now they should cut down. You can only travel 4 times without his approval. 4 times. Can you imagine? If you were traveling to the United States, all expense paid 4 times a year, that's quarterly. So what you be doing? I mean, if you're traveling that much out of the country, all expense paid, I would travel too.
That's right. Absolutely.
The
Absolutely.
president says he's putting a clamp on travel, but you can travel 4 times a year without his approval, without presidential approval. But if you're going to travel more than 4 times, then you got to see him.
Yeah, I mean, it's listen, I don't we keep people think that we criticize and we just criticize, criticize. This is not the case. I'm looking for something to chair this government on. In fact, I was expecting the minister on, and it was good that the minister did not come on because maybe the
You
conversation
see,
would not have.
let's not your room. Let's not
I
give
mean,
it.
it's good that the minister did not come on because maybe this is an opportunity for her to reset. And when she does come on, we can have this conversation. But just when I was about to say kudos to how aggressive this administration has been when it comes to the preparation of Lone Star, the national team, not just the men's senior national team, and the committee, the mobilization committee, and the appointment of the new coach. The announcement, we talked about this last few days ago, where I talk about the Liberia was scheduled to play Benin on the on the 5th of June. And Mauritania on the 9th of June in Morocco. Well, those games have been canceled. They were canceled today.
Why?
That's the question I anticipated asking the minister, because even though she does not run the elephant, but this is the reason for which the games were canceled squarely lies on the government's request for those games to be canceled, because according to the government, they could not afford the cost behind those games. They could not afford to purchase plane tickets. They could not afford the logisticals. They could not afford accommodations. They could not afford per diems. It's just costing too much. And my question is, the government always got money. This whole story about no money has continued. When I thought there was hope somewhere, and I'm like, well, these guys, they're doing a good job. The mobilization is here. We're ready to support. Why did you cancel the game? And they're going the cheaper route. The cheaper route is most of the players are currently in the country on vacation. They've already bought their tickets. They're currently in the country. They're vacationing because the season just ended in Europe. So they're on their own. Government did not pay their way to come to Liberia. So what the strategy is now behind closed doors, and my sources have informed me, the government strategy is, well, you already got most of the players, the foreign-based players, they're already in the country. They've already purchased their own ticket. So why should we spend money to buy a ticket for everyone to go to Morocco and pay for hotel and accommodations and all these things like that, when we can just go right across the border 2 hours away and go and play Sierra Leone? So that's what they're doing. So they've canceled both games against Mauritania and Benin, and they've decided to play our sister's country, Sierra Leone, on a home and away basis, and it'll be cheaper. The players might take a drive out there, and then there will be a return leg in Monrovia. And so when you look at the government's priorities and the number of trips this president has made, the most expensive government trip, and no one can convince me otherwise, the most expensive government trip involves the president of the Republic of Liberia.
Of course.
And this president has taken more trips than any of his cabinet ministers. This president has taken more trips. And these trips are good because these guys are getting $150, $200 for accommodation per night. And many of them come here for 1 week, 2 weeks, They don't stay at hotels. They stay in their family homes, and they get to pocket those monies. They get monies for food. They get monies for all kinds of things, right? And so these trips are ways that they make extra money. And listen, I understand that. But a responsible government would have initiated this from the genesis of his administration. Is it now that he knows that folks should not be traveling as much as they're traveling? And what is the essence of limiting it to four trips a year? I mean, if that ministry has been productive, if they're bringing something back, the bottom line here is it's not about the number of trips government takes overseas. What we are concerned about is, are we getting our return on investment? That is, if the government spends $400,000 on trips every quarter, are Liberians getting 3, 4, 5, 10 times of that money? The answer to that is no. We have all these trips from one country to the next country, and the president returns home and almost going through 3 years. We don't see the investors that are coming into the country to create jobs. We don't see the private sector that's better than it was in 2023 when it took over. We don't see what these trips actually mean to the livelihood of the Liberian people, the bread and butter issues. That's the issue. It's not about trips. Government people take trips all the time. But what is the essence? What are these trips bringing back? Are we just en blagé? Are we seeing our girlfriends and our boyfriends and our family members? What are these trips about? This is the real question. And I think the president and this government must answer this question. The trip is not the issue. The issue is the substance of these trips. And if these trips are substantive, if they're bringing things back and we can see them, I don't think any Liberian in their right mind will care about the number of trips government are taking every year.
But when anybody who does budgeting, whether it's for large company, medium-sized company, or small company, you have a line item for travel. Okay? In that line item for most of us on this side, quarterly you will look at your line item and see whether one line, because these line items supposed to last for 12 months, the cycle of the budget. So if you look at your quarterly line item and you have spent 50% of your travel allowances in the first quarter, that's a red flag. You say, you know what, guys? They're supposed to be over 12 months. We have used 50% in 25%. So we're going to cut back to make sure that we don't overspend. But if you wait until the third year in your administration before you find out, this is dangerous, because the two prior budget, you don't even know how much you spend. It is this one now that you finally find out that, geez, and look at all of our money is just going on travel.
That's right.
It's too late. That's this is basically mid-year. This is the middle of your administration. And now you are figuring it out that we're spending too much money. And then, because when you, like we say, when you are a government in waiting, right? You're not figuring this thing out already. You know where money is being spent, where the waste. Everybody talking about we're gonna cut back on waste and this, everything is waste. If that is true, that waste is where the money is going, you came in with a blueprint already that you know where the waste is coming from. And then you, after 3 years now, then you come and say, you know what? We are actually wasting. And we got to do something about it. But then you didn't put nothing on the table to the Liberian people to say, this is how much we have been wasting. This is the measure I'm putting in place. And if we execute it, this is how much we're going to save over the next 12 months or over the next 6 months. Nothing of that nature. You just come out and have the cabinet meeting with a press release, something that will catch headline and say, exactly, President clamping down, and that's it. Nothing else. Yep. It's just fluff.
That's it. Bluff.
So, you sit there and you say, why would, okay, somebody here say, we should give the business, we should give the president credit. Isn't that progress? What was the standard before the new travel ban came into action? Let's critique, but be fair in our critique, in our critic, in so doing. My brother, those are the same questions we are asking, because if the president wanted us to be very objective, he was giving us the material. He was saying, this is the baseline. This is where we were when I came in. This is where we are now. And based on this, next year, this is where we're going to be. President did none of that. He did none of that. So actual factual too, that's what it is. If you want fair answer, then the question has to be fair. But this question is not, because the president knows that we are going to be asking these questions.
Let me answer Conan. The question that you asked, did we say these things? Just because we were not on the closing argument does not mean we were not speaking. I was always speaking. People who knows that I've been talking. I've been on the radio in Liberia. We had a whole podcast with the Unity Party guys, Dualu and George Lobo. We were talking. We were on Focus on Liberia. We were talking. In fact, I'll give you a recent, the biggest noise that matter of fact, I think Unity Party made this part of its campaign narrative when George Weah took this, what was it, a month and a half trip to World Cup. And he spent some time to go and watch his son, and it became a big wahala in the country. And the biggest question that they asked then when the president returned was, what did the president return with? After being away from Liberia with the delegation that he took, what did he return with that benefited the Liberian people? And you saw what happened. The CDC were forced to do a major press conference. They had this Thanksgiving service. The president mounted the podium and he outlined some of the successes of his trip, including the Moroccan. I think they were supposed to bring something for some training. I can't remember, but those who can remember would attest to it. There was a major. Now, I'm not saying everything that was outlined in that press conference was true. That's not what I'm saying. What I am saying is, CDC were forced. Every trip that was made, there were press conferences, there were press releases outlining the success from those trips, because Unity Party and the opposition made this an issue. Why is the president taking so many trips? Why do we have all these large delegations? What is the essence of the president actually being a part of all of these trips? Those were questions that were asked not by Robert Garguah or Mr. Jerome or Telvey. Those were questions asked by people who are currently in power. In fact, they even made an issue with officials of government leaving their business schedules to go to the airport to greet the president. They said it was indicative of a less busy government.
Yeah.
That these officials were so less busy and unproductive that they left their offices to go greet the president. Well, we saw similar things happen. These things continue to happen. We've seen longer lines. I even made mention of the fact that were they just mad that they were not the officials that were greeting the president? Because if that wasn't the case, these guys would not be forming long lines at the airport to greet Joseph Boakai. Same thing with the private jet. So the question that you're asking, did we talk about this? Not only did we spoke about, not only did we talk about it, the people who are currently in power, they were very loud about it. So that you're asking us questions, we're pointing out the hypocrisy of our politics. The hypocrisy is when people are not in office, their standards are very high. When they are in office and they are expected to do better than those that they kicked out, the expectation goes back down low. That's the point that we're making. So you should ask the Unity Party folks, all of the mad that you're mad about what CDC did when it came to large trips and returning with nothing, spending Liberian people money on hotel, food, per diem, and they came back with nothing. What are you coming back with that benefits the Liberian people? How do you justify these trips? I think that's what I want to know. For me, it's not about the trips. It's about the substance of these trips and what these trips bring to the development and the betterment of the lives of Liberians. That's my issue. So I think we're on the same page here. Don't be asking about CDC. CDC should not be the standard. The standard now should be Unity Party coming in to do for what we should be talking about. Go ahead, Mr. Jerome.
Listen, the argument of actual factual, you could not survive my debate class with my high school student because CDC should not be mentioned anywhere because you said we should get rid of CDC because you were better. So CDC should not be your measure, your yardstick, or we'll talk about measurable goals and outcome. You were talking about the president be talking about they are fixing the road to Lofa, all the roads in Lofa County. If the roads in Lofa County are being paved and they are good, why the president cannot travel on those roads? And he's taking a flight. The president is taking a flight to Lofa, his own hometown, and they keep saying they are paving the road, they are fixing the road, the roads are fixed. So why the president is not traveling on his own road, going to his own hometown? These are the contradictions. And the president says today, we didn't say it, the president in his cabinet meeting, he said there's too much traveling. We didn't say it. The president has finally figured out that the budget is being drained. And the line item that he sees as the easy or the lowest hanging fruit is the travel. But then his suggestion even made it worse when he said you can only travel 4 times without approval 4 times. That tells me somebody was traveling 10 times. To cut it down to the bare minimum 4, maximum 4. I mean, maximum 4. If someone say, you know what, you all travel too much, and we know traveling to Liberia 4 times a year, that's a lot. And the president say, that's the maximum, 4. Anything after 4, you have to go through the Office of the Presidential Affairs. That is pretty generous. That is very generous to say you can travel around the world 4 times a year without approval. And then on the other hand, you say you want to cut down waste. That is not waste, that is abuse. If I can go to Japan 4 times a year, if I can go to China 4 times a year, go to the United States 4 times a year, Great Britain 4 times a year, hey, why wouldn't I do that? I mean, if you are, here is Robert, if he's managing a hotel, and you are traveling every month you travel, how are you going to manage your hotel? How do you do quality control at your hotel? How do you manage your hours? If you got hourly pay people that always want to scheme their hours. How do you do these things? We talk about purchase, we're talking about budgeting, we're talking about finance, we're talking about funding, different accounts. That's why the president hired.
Is he saying no justification or no approval from him or whoever authorized the ministry?
Yes.
Not even for the minister?
Nope, only four times on approval. Anything after 4, you have to go and get. Personally, you gotta get it from the office of the president.
Well, can you imagine about just make up travel and just go?
Of course.
Are you serious? You know, Mr. Gayman? I'm listening and I'm shaking my head. Mm-hmm. You know, these people they get away with so much. Mr. Gayman, when I used to work for the state government here and in Oklahoma, even though we're allowed to travel, but your manager can approve it. The director got approval, even though it's in the book that we have to travel. And the allocation, but it still had to be approved on multiple levels, and there has to be justification. It must be in allocation. But for him to say, hey, people, they must travel, let me speak up English 4 times. And that's fine. I can just imagine the fraud, the waste, everything that's going to be going on. I can just make up stuff and say I went for training and walking a lot of things. Now with internet age, you can just, copy and paste things, get screenshots, do all kind of crazy stuff, and off I'm gone.
But you're going too far. You're going too far. Even at the lowest level, or even at the entrance level, there are requests that still have to be approved by management. And you're talking about people who bills and who trips that the company has got nothing to do with. They're buying their own plane tickets. They're getting their own accommodations, but they still need approval based on operations, right?
Right, based on policy too.
There you go. So imagine for a government, the people have to pay for your plane ticket, pay for your accommodation, give you per diem. All of these things, but the president says, on the backs of poor Liberians, you can travel unapproved 4 times a year.
4 times. Wow.
So I don't know what the kudos. I don't understand what
kudos for what.
I don't understand. So maybe Actual Factual can tell us what about this that deserves kudos. Maybe I'm missing something.
Actual Factual, whoever you are, get from behind your pseudonym and call us in and be sense in our heads, because whatever you say, it doesn't make sense. We'll give credit where credit is due. We are logical people, but we're not giving credit here. So call in and make it make sense.
But let's
I know today I'm not your sweet treat, but make it make sense.
No, your treat is the one they call some electronics.
Oh, flex electronic. Oh,
yeah,
okay.
But my brother, Actual Factual too. Let's look at this. It is so bad that Marvin Cole is asking for the immediate dismissal of CSA Director Josiah Jokai over we are talking about blatant disrespect for the law. This is a guy who is the chair and the champion of Code of Ethics. This guy fire people after people after people after people after people from the security, from the EPS guys. 250 of them or so I stand to be corrected. Then another 700 are the Minister of State for Presidential Affairs. Those women that were sweeping the street, $50 a month, just per dime they were giving them. He fired all of them. So how do we give kudos to someone who does something like this? And this guy is over there, and he's telling the folks, I am here not as the CSA director, but as a nephew of the president. As though those things are like, it's a jacket, you take it off and say, you know what, today I'm not worried about burgundy, I'm going to change it, I'm going to wear black. No, you are the director, just like Joseph Worker. Joseph Worker cannot be president from Monday through Friday and say Sunday and Saturday, listen, I'm not president today. That's not how it works. He is appointed for the next 6 years until the president let him go. He is the CSA director. So whatever he does, he has to live with that code of conduct. And he just violated that. How do we say kudos to that? The president have not made any changes. The president has not addressed that. In fact, most people are saying the reason they did this cabinet meeting with all this brouhaha was actually to cover this, the CSA debacle that's going on in the country. Everybody's talking about it, and this is how they try to change the topic.
It's a distraction.
It's crazy when the boy is in there, when the table turn, they try to justify things, Mr. Gayman, and all kinds of ways for it to make sense. They say will not make sense. But at the end of the day, we got to go back to what to policy or what they call a conversation. I heard the craziest thing I ever heard in a long time for somebody to say, oh well, he did it on Sunday, he did it on Saturday, was after hours. Are you kidding me? You're not only working for government Monday to Friday. People get fired in this place for taking government car on a Saturday somewhere or Friday after hours somewhere, taking it to Necklace, they fire you. I know people have gotten fired in the country for taking company car to business where they had no business. The day you can't talk about, oh, that Saturday, so he only government official Monday to Friday. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with y'all in that place? My God. Oh,
it is.
No, man.
It
I'm
is.
tired.
Robert, real quick, let's go to this here. This is. Oh, I don't even seen it. This is Timothy Weah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yes.
One of that jersey.
Yeah, the USA jersey. I got a little picture of him meeting with the president at the White House when they introduced the USA team. That's great to see the young men. Any parent should be proud to have. I mean, the USA team is a very young team, and I mean, I don't know how far we're going to go, but it is a great thing to see your son. And then you go to Town Square, New York, you see his picture on all the billboards and stuff. That gotta be.
It's a proud moment. I mean, in the last World Cup that he participated, I think, which was his first one.
He scored.
That was he scored USA first goal, and I think that was the one that got the most criticism because at the time, George Weah was president, and the question was, should the president go and watch his son play? And the question that I asked, just to put just to put him in my shoes is, would I have gone, to support my son as a parent in that moment? It's almost like saying, because I'm president, would I have gone to my son's or my daughter graduation, right? But in Liberia, everything is politicized. In Liberia, everything is politicized because even now that the former president is no longer president of Liberia, people continue to criticize him for attending the unveiling ceremony of the national team. And by the way, similar ceremony took place when former president was president, and because of his business schedule, he could not attend that unveiling ceremony. So I thought, as a father, I thought it was a proud moment for him to. It was a proud moment for him to have done that. And whether or not if this was Joseph Boycott, Ellen Jones, or Sirleaf, I think as a country we need to really sit back and be logical for a second. We can discuss the policy disagreements. I think after the unveiling ceremony or after these moments, but to just politicize the fact that we don't have quality hospitals or we don't have quality educations in our country. I mean, listen, these are all good debates to have. Should the leaders of our country, should their children be abroad, going to great schools and acquiring great education while they are doing little or nothing to ensure that Liberians in Liberia have the same opportunity? I think it's a smart debate, and I think that our leaders should be held accountable for their failures back home. But I think the best way to hold them accountable is through the ballot box. If as a logical person I'm sitting thinking, well, I can't stop this man from sending his kids where there would never be a law in Liberia that demands that government officials children should school in Liberia where they work. I don't think that's a logical law, because we live in a global village. There are Liberians who have the expertise, and their kids are born in New York. Their kids are born in New York. They're born across the globe. So if Telly were to go back to work, should we demand that she take her kids in Liberia to live in Liberia? If that may not be the most comfortable place for them to live, or are we more concerned about her children, or are we more concerned about what she brings to the table, right? And so, as a father, I think the fact that he did not go to the World Cup and the fact that his son was there as a representation, as a I thought that was a proud moment for him not to miss. But if you see what's happening now, people are still criticizing. There were criticism from Lone Star player about George Weah attending a World Cup unveiling ceremony for his son, but did little or nothing as president to support the Lone Star. Listen, that's debatable. Did George Weah, as a football president, do much to support the Lone Star as a former president? But what we can't argue though is that when he wasn't president, he used his own money to support the Lone Star. It was his money that got jersey for Lone Star. Beyond those wars, it was his money on many locations, and some of the former players today, who many of whom may not agree with him politically, would attest to it. It was his money in many cases that bought plane tickets for players to come back and forth for games. The 1996 AFCON that we went to, in those moments, how did you think Lone Star qualified in those difficult moments when we did not have government support? And so there were many sacrifices made. There were players outside of George Weah that made sacrifices, right? So should we put the failure of Liberia soccer on one person's head and disregard all of the contributions that they've made? Should we say that his son does not deserve to play at the World Cup because he did not do what he did for other children to play at the World Cup? Should we say that? I mean, we can't say that, you know. So I think it's a proud moment, and I'm happy for him that he's in New York, and he's going to be attending these games. So, Mr. President, if you're listening, I know you got those special box ticket. It would be nice to get some of those.
That's the pitch. The pitch for the ticket, huh? For the front row.
Exclusive box tickets, because those are not for sale. Those box, I had one experience with those box tickets, and I tell you, man, those box tickets are listen, they are the best tickets ever. You don't want a game to end, you know. But I want to close on this whole Josiah situation. I think he should be fired. And it's clear that you know, Josiah may be a doctor, and I don't think he's an ignorant guy, but I don't think he's as bright as many think he is, because the argument that he's making, the counter argument to Amar Conan's point, was as elementary as ever. You know, you're talking about the difference between a political appointment and civil servant. Did you read 5.1 of the of that law? There's nowhere in the law that says that political appointees, the law are not applicable to political appointees as opposed to civil servants. It says all officials, all government officials appointed by the president of Liberia. So why would you even make that? Why would you even make that argument? You were appointed by the president of the Republic of Liberia, and then this whole argument about the weekends and the fact that they're even arguing that NIMBO is not a legal political institution. Does the law? So are you arguing that you participated illegally, politically illegally? Shouldn't you be held accountable even more? So I think this is a blatant disregard for the law, because he believes that outside of being you know, in that position, he's the nephew of the president. He believes that he is protected by the president. He believes that he's above those contracts. He signed those contracts. If the contract and those laws were not applicable to him, why were he required to sign them to begin with? Have they thought about that? So he fired those people politically. He was instructed. They used that as an excuse to dismiss people who they felt were politically aligned with another political party. Now that he's been exposed in this whole nonsense, he's making all of these illogical arguments. He should be fired. And shout out to Amar Conan. I think the Senate has agreed that he comes to the Senate and justify why he shouldn't be held accountable. I think he should be held accountable. We will put pressure on this president to dismiss Josiah, because it's the right thing to do. If it was right for those people, it should be right for him as well.
I think Mr. Gayman, before we move on to the next topic, I think those people that he fired, they should get together, do a class action lawsuit, like I said the other day, and take him to court. They should take him to court. But on the Team Weird stuff, I wanted to come in on Robert. You know, to your point, the people politicize everything, and it's so sad. If someone have to choose between, you know, governing the state and the child, obviously they will take their child if the country is not in danger. Any parent will do that. Let me tell you something. Madam Salif was president. She came to Texas for her grandchild graduation. Not your graduation. She came here. Not this it. She came here.
Elementary school too.
Elementary school too. Not this it, because I know the grandchild mom. Right here in Texas. Just graduation. What came to America. We interact to her niece something in Delaware again.
Yeah,
$1,000.
Yep, wedding. Yep.
So why can't the man go and celebrate his son? This is a problem for any parent. And this man. Yes, I understand that George Weah should have done more when he was in charge, just because he's a football person, and so they expect more from him. But how long you gonna put rope to somebody's neck so they can't celebrate a child? With a child, you know, I heard another argument, Mr. Gayman, people say, well, he's American, so it's not for us and not for all Liberians. Hello, what y'all want? He is, even though he played for America's team, but he's a Liberian by birth. Celebrate him. Sometimes we have to celebrate his small wins and stop politicizing things. So if my child get up today and go play field hockey or whatever, for America, you say, oh well, she's doing it for America, so she's not for us. The fact that she got Liberian blood running through her, you all know her parents to be Liberian. Celebrate her. In any way, there's a win for us. That's a representation for us. The part already on the world stage, everybody knows that. I'm happy that one of his children even able to walk in full step to even do that. That's a proud moment. I'm not a football person, but for somebody to see the child walking in their full step, that's in a good way. I can imagine the tears that probably were coming from his wife's eyes, just to see the child. Everything we politicize. Oh, yeah, he's not flying a breath. Y'all want him to tell a breath and put on his breastplate? Are you guys serious in that country? What's wrong with y'all, though? I don't understand. The country is so polarized. It's so toxic that even the good things that we're supposed to celebrate, we don't celebrate. We find every reason to destroy it, and it's so bad. It is so bad. But I'm glad that a platform like this, I can say it as it is.
Let me go back to the Kamara content. Let me read it here and I want to give credit to Mariah. Mariah was the one that posted the pros and the cons here. He said she posted this. Political party, is it part 4 of the Code of Conduct? 5.1 says all officials appointed by the President of the Republic of Liberia shall not engage in political activities, canvass, or contest for elected officials or elected offices, use government facilities, equipment, or resources in support of partisan or political activities, serve on a campaign team or any political party or the campaign of any independent candidate. They say December 11, 2024, Josiah Joker signed the contract, say, I sign the enforcement contract and code of conduct on behalf of the Civil Service Agency, CSA, with His Excellency Joseph Yuma Boakai, President of the Republic. Truly, the GSA is committed to adhering to the terms and conditions of this instrument. Mr. President, thank you very much for instituting a productive and accountable measure, and I sign and accept. This is the man. This is that. Now, how can you go down and deny somebody when you say this is?
At the time he did that, he had just fired those guys, so everyone was very excited, and he was basically, there was an undertone that says, "Listen, you have a contract, you have a code of conduct. You shouldn't politicize the code of conduct. Stop the excuses. Stop telling folks that Unity Party have dismissed you because you're a sedition. Stop all of that. We are committed to respecting and to adhere to this to the code of conduct." That was the undertone. That was particularly the reason why he posted that, right? Fast forward now. It says all officials. It didn't say political appointees. It didn't say civil servants. It says all officials. And I want him to come and tell us who appoints political appointees and who appoints civil servants. Who? They all work for the government of Liberia. The president appoints them. Number one. Number two, if this contract was not applicable to him,
why he signed it?
Why was it signed? Why? What was he? What was he committing to when he posted that? He signed it. He posted it, and I'm sure outside of the administrative responsibilities and whatnot, I'm sure the other guys signed similar documents as well. Okay, there's nowhere in there that says, well, you Saturdays and Sundays are exception to the rule. So Saturdays and Sundays you can participate politically. None of that. So what is his argument? The question is, did you participate in a political activity, in a partisan political activity? Yes, you did. Yes, you did. There is nowhere in the law that says that that political institution must be registered. You see, Unity Party, these are really smart guys. Listen, I know some of these guys very well.
Well, you thought they were smart. You thought they were smart.
No, well, you know what? Sometimes I think they are intentionally playing dumb because they understand who they're dealing with. They understand how gullible our society is. They understand that it's easy for lies to be maneuvered and manipulated and believed. That's how they came to power. They understand who they're dealing with. And so if they understand who they're dealing with, why not try your luck? Why not try your luck? But thank God, all of the people are not stupid. All of the people are not gullible. The laws are the laws. It's so explicit. So as a PhD, as a doctor, why would you even try to argue something that just does not make sense? So again, Amara Conan did the right thing. Amara Conan did the right thing. And let me warn you guys. Amara Conan is not Yeke. Leave Amara Conan alone. Because if you attempt to play with him, you are playing with something that you will regret. You will regret politically. Leave him alone. If you think he says something that is wrong, something that contradicts that's outside of what the law says, prove that. Go to the Senate and show that based on his rebuttal to Amara Conan's point, everything he said made no sense. All of his argument, it's on a Saturday, it's on a Sunday. He's there not as the CSA boss, but as the nephew to the president. Is something wrong with you? Yeah, so he should be fired, Mr. Jerome. He should be fired.
And not only that, it says you should not use government equipment. I hope you in that car he was driving, because that government issue car he was driving. So
of course that is. Of course. And the gas is off.
The gas, and don't go to government facility or government. There you go. He was at a facility. Resources and support of it. Here you go. You cannot support partisan. All of the rules. And he said it himself, I'm here to support my uncle. I'm here to support my uncle. He said all the things. Everything here he has violated. But this is the country we have. And Tevi and I, we used to argue dog and cat on this. And there was the other team said it so often that someone always said, you know what? When you guys come to power, they will embarrass us. They will do the right thing and then we'll look bad. But now, the people that we claim that they didn't go to school, they were not educated. This is why I tell you, sometimes you go to Liberia when they got in here, that you from the regular people here, you from America, they don't want to deal with you because they know it's a your social scam.
Right.
You're never come here to do good. You're coming to reach yourself. You don't do anything for the folks. It's all lies. And almost all the government officials are proving these people right.
Right.
They cannot have the education, but they know there's nothing good have ever come from America for them.
Mm-hmm.
So you go, you say, they did not come back again with a BB, BB this, BB that, nothing but scam.
Now they're putting their wives there in position too, because they're there, they're bringing their wives in, so it's a family affair.
But not only a wife, he brought his wife to JFK.
Yes.
He brought his brother as the chief of staff.
Yes. Even the Yombly herself, she not bring her whole generation. Office there, the Yombly. All nothing. Our whole family affairs.
Her brother,
these people?
Her brother is assistant minister
Bring brother, bring sister, bring nephew, bring niece, bring grandchild. I mean,
the older sister sits on the board of Metal Steel. I mean, it's
you think government to reward your family people? What is this? And we're supposed to talk for these people that say, oh, y'all went to school together. Y'all supposed to be talking for you. Y'all think I'm waste my breath for walking on people because I started in class doing it or because I went to the C school. I'm not doing it. I'm not like that.
So he should be fired. And I'm happy that Amara Conan is on this, and I think he's making some good points. You know, I chatted with him today. I spoke with him on the phone a little bit today, and I told him I commended him for what he's doing. And so I mean he's doing the right thing. He's doing the right thing. That's the right thing that he's doing. I think this guy should be held accountable. All those people he fired for participating politically, well, guess what? I mean, we just saw him do that. So I'm waiting to see what the excuse would be. I don't know what the laws are very clear. So Mariah don't even need to post the law as it's very clear. A 2-year-old cannot read that and understand what are the do's and don'ts. And so he should be fired. He should be fired. I'm telling you, he should be fired. So we will talk about this repeatedly for the next few weeks. This is what we should be talking about, and not the president asking his folks to travel on approved 4 days. I think that was a distraction to make headlines.
Of course, and I like the headline from the Liberian investigator. It says CFA rally appearance exposes UP double standard on civil servant participation. The other newspaper, they just hit it on the head. The CFA chief's rally appearance exposes UP double standard on civil servant participation, and they got all the pictures. There he goes. He got his Nemo shirt on, and on his right, on his left, they got the people that he fired. That's Madam Glasgow and all of the folks. Wow. That's it. Yep. The Barker administration fired civil servants and pushed our tenure protected officials for wearing party colors and showing loyalty to the previous CDC government during the 2023 election. This weekend, the Director General of Civil Service Agency did exactly that, and his job appears safe in the White government. Senator Amara Conan posted side-by-side images on Facebook. One of Civil Service Agency Director Josiah Joker in a National Independent Movement for Waka NIMBO t-shirt at a Saturday launch of the pro-Waka movement, and another of a former NAFA Director General Emma Glasgow a CDC t-shirt during the 2023 election. The Waka administration suspended Glasgow, had the ombudsman find her, and ultimately phased her out of her job. In part of that, Josiah, meanwhile, remained in his seat, overseeing the very agency whose rule he visibly broke over the weekend. Political parties seek power only for their own benefit, Senator Conan said. The goal of power is power itself. And when power shifts, what makes us think that it won't follow the same pattern again? 2020 is the 2014 Code of Conduct Act, the law. Liberia's Office of the Ombudsman actually explicitly posted these things, and we signed upon it. So I mean, they got this one, they got the president, they got this man. And Robert, I agree with you. I think from now on, everything we do, we should lead with this story. We should not go for the smoke and mirror. They're doing this for all to be distracted. Why would the president call or cabinet meeting all of a sudden when they kind of headline all over the country? All of a sudden they call and they say, "Oh, I just figured it out that we are spending too much money on travel. We need to cut this down. I mean, it's too much waste." And people clapping, "Yeah, the president got this." Mr. President, thanks, but no thanks. We are smarter than that. We're not falling for that. We're not biting on this one. I don't care what you say.
Yes,
but guys, before we go, there's another story that we're going to talk about all for the rest of the month because school is about to close. Liberian children are in school, but they are not learning. We discussed that briefly yesterday. But we've been talking about this.
We need to bring the minister on. If somebody got close contact with her,
please, we need to bring the minister.
I don't know her like that.
Like I say, we Liberians are very good at writing stuff, but we don't implement. She's getting kudos for beautiful writing she did, but what is she doing?
Yeah, what's the methodology? What's the plan of action? You know,
yes.
Or implementation plan. Anybody can write anything to get flowery comments.
Look, this thing is so beautifully written, and it came from the Liberian the government-leaning newspaper, the Liberian Daily Observer. It said Liberia's education crisis is no longer simply about whether children are entering the classroom. Increasingly, it is about whether they are actually learning once they get there. For years, national conversation around education have focused heavily on enrollment. Build more schools, increase attendance, get children off the street into the classroom. Those goals matter, she said, especially for the country building after the war. But the new report by the Human Rights Watch, something trickled them to come up to this realization. But the new report from the Human Rights Watch and the sobering remark from the Minister of Education, Jala, suggests something far more troubling beneath the surface. Many Liberian children are physically present in school, yet educationally stranded. The minister's story about a child who could neatly copy words from the blackboard but could not read what she wrote should disturb every policymaker in this country, she said. That is not merely a classroom problem. This is a national warning. A nation can survive on low enrollment for a period of time and recover through expansion investment. But any nation, a nation that normalizes learning failure quietly plants long-term instability into its own future. Children who cannot properly read, comprehend, reason, or solve problems at fundamental levels do not suddenly acquire these skills later on by magic. Weak foundations compound over time. By secondary school, many students are simply memorizing, copying, and surviving examination rather than understanding concepts. By adulthood, the consequences begin to appear everywhere in our workplace, in our public administration, in business productivity, and even in our democratic participation. This is awesome. Look, you look in the Senate, you look in the House, you look in the executive. This is what the woman is talking about. Because these people they only want title, degrees. Like someone will tell you, I got a PhD, man. You can't tell me what to do.
They own my PhD, what it meant last year?
Yes. Now, all of a sudden, she is saying our failure, our educational failure, we see it everywhere in our education system, in our workplaces, in our government. And when you look at God may bless his soul. When you look at Prophet Key, you look at Yeke Koluba, and many other people in the house, when you look at these people, the way they talk, they can't write, they just wear suits. So the education minister is right. Our failure is exemplified and amplified in all aspects of Liberian life, from government to the private sector. This is what we are talking about. Robert Garguah, this woman is understanding, but then she didn't say, what should we do?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Gayman, you know, sometimes these people that write these things, you gotta be careful now. She's a minister, and not the one out in Delaware and she was teaching there. Yes. Okay. So sometimes people ready to, because you the minister, you pointed out these things. You knew these things going to the ministry. You knew these were the, you know, these were the hiccups they have there. You're not telling you know, what you plan to do all that. I'm hoping there's not an undertone there where you just putting this thing out just to appeal to international community to get your money. Because sometimes they do these things. They write these fire things just to get attention and say, oh, then they get all the thousands and billions of dollars and they use it for something else. So she needs to come and tell us what her plan of action is, and stuff like that. I don't care about all that flowery thing. Those are things we already know. You're not identifying any issue over there that we don't already know. You come tell us what you plan to do because you took that role. So for me, I'm not impressed because she telling me what we already know.
Yeah, I mean, we that's the education.
Hold on 1 minute, guys. Kehleboe want to make a comment. Go ahead, Mr. Gongloe.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Gayman. On this education matter, I just want to make a quick comment. I listened to Mr. Gayman reading. Hello? Am I live? Okay,
Yes.
I listened to Mr. Gayman reading just an excerpt or maybe part of the write-out, or should I say op-ed, opinion piece by the minister. My counter argument to that is, I don't think President Bouaka appointed her to come and enumerate the problem. We already know the problem. Ellen Johnson said 10 years ago, more than 10 years ago, that our education system was a mess, right? Georgia came there, he described it similarly. So we already know all the problems in the education sector. So that is not the role of the minister now. The minister is there to solve the problem. Don't tell us what we already know, okay? But hear what I will say. Countries like Liberia, particularly Liberia in Africa, and I think other countries like Ghana, Nigeria, Senegal, I think they have, Kenya, they are going to be ahead of Liberia in education, But if you look here, I'm going to put in the chat room, there is a study that was released, I think it was just released this month, May, by Stanford University, Harvard, I think a group of 4 universities came together. I think they call it Education Council or so. So they're monitoring education in the U.S., particularly in grade school, secondary education. So they came up with an expression that they call education resection, learning resection, right? And I'm reading that piece. I haven't completed reading it. But one of the reasons they're giving is, long before COVID, because pre-COVID students went online, school attendance was disrupted. So long before COVID, the performance of American students were already dropping, were declining in reading and math. Okay? Now, they are saying, the study found out that it was not just COVID. It was a decline. The decline, they are attributing part of the decline to technology, the use of AI, on social media by students. It has become a big distraction. So if you take that into consideration, given that Britain's already having this huge challenge, skill gap, very huge gap in learning in the country, then many of our young kids are on social media. If you add that on top of, we are actually headed for a disaster. So I think the government needs to really declare education emergency in Liberia, and even come up with some rules that no student should enter campus with cell phone. If you do, you should give the cell phone to school administrator at the entrance of the school, and they will give it to you when you leave in school. No, I mean, we do that here in the US. My student come to my class in the morning, is part of the class expectation. There is a table there. They go and put their phone there. There is a basket. They put their phone inside. And I take it, the junior student will come and collect it and carry it. She's standing somewhere at the exit, at the end of school, and she give it to them. If you're a parent, you don't want your child to do that, you don't come to the school. I think government needs to even begin to take other steps in addition to providing resources to learning, to educational institutions in the country. Otherwise, we are in a very dire situation that we will not be able to compete with other countries in the 21st century. As currently, we are not being able to compete anyway.
Thank you.
I want to just add that.
Thank you, Robert. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think I share his sentiments. I think education is something that we've struggled with, since post-war, like Liberia. Um, you know, few years. I remember when I first graduated college. I was in Liberia for I dedicated roughly about 11 years of my early teens, and I was there with my organization. Giving back in that light. And I'm glad that we did a lot of great stuff back then, when my good friend and brother George Warner was the Minister of Education, and we had some really 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 fierce dialogue on some of the things that he was doing, like the bridge, plan, to outsource Liberia's education. And there were a lot of conversations around how do we once and for all reform education in our country, and we criticize him. I mean, but in hindsight, I really think that George Warner was one of the most successful minister of education. Not only was he a teacher, I thought that he was very foresighted. He was a very critical thinking guy. He always looked at the bigger picture. When you look at where we are right now, I think that many of the schools that we visited in communities did not meet the benchmark to even be schools. When you look at some of the teachers that are in our classrooms, they're just there because many of these schools don't have qualified teachers. And the argument is, something is better than nothing. The lack of supplies. You talk about library. You talk about teachers and students using outdated books. It's a lot of problem, and all of these things exist because we as a country have not invested in a plan to reform education. And what should education in Liberia look like in 2026? What should it look like? Should we prioritize, science, math, technology? Should we still have, Bible study in our schools, so, Bible as a subject in our schools? Are we wasting our students' time? Are we adequately preparing citizens for the future? And when you look at our current curriculum and look at things that we're doing right now, I don't think we are. We are not. We've actually, students are set up to fail. Students are set up to fail. Even teachers, some of these guys, the high school graduates that are in classrooms, there are college graduates that are at our universities. I mean, should not be the case, And so I think we have a lot of work to do. And in as much as, and listen, I don't know the minister personally. I haven't. I don't know her, but I've heard her speak. She's very eloquent. But we have a lot of eloquent Liberians. Eloquency is not our issue. Intellectualism is not our issue. We don't lack that. I think the issue is implementation, a plan, implementation. A lot of times, Mr. Goodman, we don't need all of this big plan, this expensive plan. Look at the budget, have a plan that is very reasonable, that you can actualize, and let's start from somewhere. But we have an uphill battle right now. Last but not the least, they were announcing that Liberia is scheduled to host the African Federation of Teachers a Regulation Authority Continental Conference next year, May. And my only question here is, how does that benefit Liberia's education? How are our students in those classrooms? How do they benefit from Liberia hosting this conference. I think our priorities are all messed up. I think it's time that we focus domestically. We need to focus on improving our classroom. We need to focus on giving teachers the required training that they deserve, and we need to make sure that we're paying them accordingly. If it wasn't for that kid, you would not have a public library in Liberia today. For kids to actually go and read, updated books and things like that. We need to invest in education, or else we're going to be in serious trouble.
Well, George Walker, he said, this is an excellent program. I am not sure if you are getting online, but the dialogue and articulation or thought is worthy of following this show. Thank you. George, thank you very much. Yes, we are online. If you are new to the site, we say welcome. We appreciate you. Yes, we like people like you who can actually see the difference in what we do. But yes, we are here talking about what benefits our people. It's about content. It's not just about numbers and all of that. Tell me, one of the things I read here, and I have to agree with Robert Garguah, is that she quoted, she said, but the new report by the Human Rights Watch. So if the Human Rights Watch did not flag these things, she wouldn't have mentioned them. We all know this is what we are going through. Why do we have to always wait for international people to tell that we need self-care, that our deodorant?
I know.
Yeah.
I will be pampered and cradle to bed and all of that.
Why?
I mean, these are HO problems. I mean, she's not telling me anything new. That's what I say. I want to see her implementation plan and stuff like that. Don't can't give me no this and that and other. First of all, you've been there almost 3 years because she's been there. You just doing an assessment. You can't give us, what is this? No. We need to bring her here. I'm sure Tomalin, one of the guys on there, know how to get to her. If in the meantime, we can put together a panel like we did in the past, or educators, and maybe to discuss the topic won't be a bad idea. Bring 1 or 2 educators on board to discuss. But we definitely need to bring her here and let her talk about what her plans are and stuff like that. All these flowery speeches and quoting this and human wash and this and that. Nobody cares about that. Tell us what you're going to do to fix the process. That's what you're brought there for.
Yeah, I thought she was going to, because the program mentioned that one of the classes, 150 elementary school students in one class, 150. Yeah. Now, as an educator, you think as an educator, these are the things she's going to be doing. And not just, because this in America we call warehousing the children, right? You are basically, you put it in a warehouse, 150 elementary. Look, here, where my kids went to school, 14-1. The ratio is 14. Yeah. The law said maximum 22, but if you have 14-1. And the kids are learning. So you talk about 150. I thought the Minister of Education would be talking about revitalizing KRTTI, like we said, teacher training, right? When these kids, all the college graduates that we are having, they're doing absolutely nothing. Why don't we say, you know what, you go to the teacher training, we will place you. Okay, you will get paid, but at least you're gonna have qualified teachers, some kind of qualified teachers in the classroom. But these kids are graduating from college and just in the Monrovia area, just going in circle like a herd. You go, how many? You got a degree in business administration, but then you go into water and sewer. You want a job there. How is that possible?
Yeah, but that's what government. That's what politics has become. The new way to survive. That's part of the reason why it has become that, because listen, the part of the reason why professionals are more motivated to see higher education in this country. They know there's a benefit. There's a benefit. There's some financial benefit behind it. I see, with the exception of some Liberians, I see folks here with doctorate degrees. They can barely get jobs. You know what I'm saying? They run to Liberia. We can't have college graduates, especially young people, graduating high school, as difficult as it is. for parents to afford the tuitions that they pay. You struggle when you send your kid to high school, through high school. You struggle when you send them to college. And there's nothing that we do not have a functioning private sector, a competitive private sector where folks can actually go and apply for a job and get called back based on merits. They have to go to office, from political office to the next to beg for a job. I mean, it discourages you from even pursuing education. It discourages you. There are people who are just going to school now because they got nothing else to do. They're going to school and hoping that something happens. We cannot have a system like that. There should be some sort of motivation behind education, achieving academic success in Liberia. That is, if I graduate with whatever I'm graduating in, I can go to the market and get a job. This is the reason why today we're still importing chefs, Mr. Jerome. We're still importing chefs. All of the major hotels in Liberia, I'm not talking about those we hired to cook our palm butter, our cassava leaf at home. This is, some people are bringing managers, housekeeping managers into Liberia. Housekeeping managers. I'm not talking about those that make our beds and wash our clothes and things like that. We have to be smart. We have to look at our current situation, look at the jobs and the opportunities that are available, and create an environment where Liberians can benefit. We cannot even benefit from the bare minimum. You're still bringing chefs, and you got all these people in the country. You don't even have a culinary school. Bartenders. I did a short little contract for a friend of mine who's opening a resort in Liberia. We had an interview process. Over 300 people applied. More than 75 bartenders. None of them knew what something as simple serve was. Simple serve. People, simple things. These are it's very, very important. So unless we have a system where people can say, you know what, I want to go and get a certificate in this, and after 6 months I can go to a company and apply and get job, the system is going to be flawed. The system is going to be flawed. I'm telling you, people are going to pay for grades, and teachers are going to take advantage of our young girls and for grades, and this is part of the problem in our schools, and no one is held accountable for it.
Yeah, Telvi, you're closing. It's time for us to go. It's 9 o'clock almost. Thank you.
Yeah, we gotta go. Mm-hmm. Well, it was a good show. So we're looking forward to the minister. We're wishing her a speedy recovery, and we're hoping that sometime. I know tomorrow is Friday, but hopefully sometime next week. So sometime next week she'll feel much better, and she can come and we can discuss, the good things she's doing in the ministry, what she inherited, the asset, the programs, how she prioritizing things. I'm not sure. I understand that I saw a couple of videos where she went on a tour. I don't know if she did all the counties or she did in phases, but I'm looking forward to that report as well, the findings, the outcome of that. But just to have that open discussion, the youth, the youth business out in that brother, everybody business. So we're looking forward to having her, but let's see what tomorrow brings. So you guys have a good night, and thanks to our viewers for sticking with us, and thanks for all those people that are appreciating the work that TCA is doing. So we certainly appreciate you guys, and it's because of you guys that we are here, and we continue to set the bar higher. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Robert, go ahead.
Yes, I think I like her energy. I think she came very, very energetic. She seems very passionate, and she represents the youth. I was going to tell her the last time I saw Cornelia, the last time I saw her, she made some, I don't know if it was cassava leaf or something she made. She made something for me, and we met at, and I just want to be clear, this was business. We met at she always been a hustler. I think at the time she was still in school, I believe. A friend of mine kind of recommended, and we met at, I think, a Bella Casa hotel, I think. And whatever she made for me was delicious. It was very, very good. And so I don't think she does that no more. She's a big woman now, big government woman. But I like her energy. I like the fact that she surrounded herself with I think some youthfulness, some new nuances, new ideas. I saw on the counter tour that she took. I saw Sappho's the King, a young man who left Atlanta, went back home, and has been there for all of these years, an American citizen. Well, he's a Liberian, but I'm just saying this is a young man who left all of the opportunities in this country in Atlanta, and he went back and he has since been home playing a very major role in the in his entertainment industry and in other areas as well. So I think she surrounded herself with some good people. And so I look forward to talking to her. They said she's under the weather.
Yeah.
Okay. I wish her a speedy recovery, and hopefully we get to talk to her now that when she comes back at 100%. I hope that we can get at least an hour and a half to dissect all of the different things that has been going on since she took over. There's some changes made with the county league. There were the players picked from different counties for the game in China. My only disappointment was that they were not playing competitive teams. That's part of the conversation I wanted to have with her. And so I don't think that kind of benefited them much. These guys are playing against 45-year-old men and old Chinese men and stuff like that. But I think the exposure for them was pretty important because some of them had not left the country. But listen, Liberia is the only country we have, man, and we have no option, no choice but to make it better, and we have to hold our leaders accountable. That's what we're doing here. And if this government does well, we will speak on it. We will commend them for it. But I haven't seen much. And until that time comes, we will continue to be constructive in our criticism and holding their feet to the fire. But it's always great being here. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Same time. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, Friday. Now, I can't relax. Bring all your trouble and give it to Telly. She will handle it for you. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow, guys. God bless.
disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? 0. Every appointment in Nimba County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I better keep it. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to deceive us. The thing we saw, it frustrate us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you that why we voted you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberian National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and we'll shut down the Brothers administration. The day that happens, we have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begins with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like going and work away in infinity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say.
In the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power, by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustler, they put hustler, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and aside that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun, they can't reach yourself. Kun, man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia. The government that capital road, small, that road, B road, all kinds of. I think the reason Joseph Baka will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your league Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa that accused everybody here but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we accuse Joe, he killed Joseph Baka. Baka still living. Joe, no, you leave better. He made senator. He almost made Joseph Baka president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Baka, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we will fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, you Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me. Okay. The time you were calling me for me to kind of Bwaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what he talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or a loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
We elect on 85 irresponsible men what happened to our country. We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.